It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, weekend washout, a cross-country storm on the move, set to bring rain, strong winds, even snow to tens of millions. So where is it headed and how bad will it be? Al's live with your latest forecast. Plus, good call. Craig sits down with Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott, talking about his special project off the field.
But at the end of the day, my purpose and the reason I'm at this platform is not for football. It's to share my story. It's to inspire others.
Their conversation just ahead. And wonderful news. Jimmy Stewart's voice being brought back with a little help from AI for a new bedtime story.
I'm James Stewart.
The Icon's family approving the project, perfect for when you take that long winter's nap.
That's right. That's right.
Today, Friday, December 8th, 2023.
Girls trip to celebrate Hay from South Lake, Texas. Hi to my parents. We love you, Nanny and Papa. 4 generations from Sevierville, Tennessee. Here to experience Christmas in New York City.
From Plainview, Minnesota. Boynton Beach, Florida. Orange, California.
Lake Spring, Virginia. And Youngstown, Ohio.
Shout out to my friends at Pine Top Middle School.
Back in Mississippi. Sisters trip from Oregon and Nebraska. Sending love to my kids, Riley and Elise.
Celebrating Joyce's 60th birthday.
From Columbia, South Carolina.
Welcome back. Week 14 of the NFL season is here. It is crunch time for teams fighting for a spot in the playoffs. It's a huge game on Sunday, Cowboys, Eagles, and you caught up with one of the biggest superstars out there.
Yeah, Dak Prescott, Savannah. Dak Prescott has one of the most coveted and stressful jobs in all of sports, quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. And this morning, we're seeing Dak in a different light. We got an exclusive first look at a video that he made to help fight colon cancer. And as you'll see, it is an issue that is very close to his heart. Dak Prescott is the face of the Dallas Cowboys, franchise quarterback for America's team. 4 Pro Bowl selections, and he's in the conversation for league MVP this year. His Cowboys are 9-3, taking on the Philadelphia Eagles this Sunday night. But on the day we talked to him, he was filming a public service announcement urging people to get screened for colorectal cancer. The Cowboys are having a heck of a season so far, and you decided to take some time out of your busy schedule to talk about colorectal cancer. Why?
Because that's what's important to me. That is my story. Lost my mom to colon cancer back in 2013.
Prescott's mother, Peggy, lost her battle with colon cancer when he was still in college. Tell me about Peggy Prescott. What was she like?
The best. Obviously, you can just tell, brighten up, getting the opportunity to speak about her. Very selfless, hardworking, loved her boys, did anything for her 3 boys. I am who I am because of my mom. As a professional quarterback, I get a lot of
That's why he volunteered to film the PSA. It's the latest in a series from the Colorectal Cancer Alliance's Lead From Behind campaign. The first video featured actors Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney getting colonoscopies.
They didn't find Rosebud up there?
The second featured comedian Terry Crews.
Get your check.
This new video uses humor and some language we can't air on morning TV to address issues a lot of folks can't seem to talk about, and getting screened using either a colonoscopy or an at-home test kit.
Grab the sample collection container and place a sticker of something you want to on right on the underside.
This PSA that you just shot, who's it for?
Obviously, 30, 40 years old, men, African Americans, white, doesn't even matter. If you've had prior health issues, something with your stomach or any concerns, having anxiety about getting checked, hope somebody watches that, hope somebody laughs, and hope somebody says, this is easier than I thought.
Off the field, Prescott is undeniably an MVP. He's done so much good for his community, he was named the NFL's Walter Payton Man of the Year. You're the reigning Walter Payton Man of the Year award winner. Why is that part of your life so important to you?
Because I'm an everyday guy. I'm just blessed with the ability to be able to throw a ball, and I've worked nonstop at that. But at the end of the day, My purpose and the reason I'm at this platform is not for football. It's to share my story. It's to inspire others.
What do you think Peggy Prescott would say about all of this?
She'd be proud. She'd say well done on allowing her to be my story, but she'd tell me I'm not done yet. As proud as she would be, she was my biggest critic too, so she would make sure that I know I'm not done yet. Keep doing more, do as much as you can.
With his mother as a role model, Prescott is about to become a parent himself. He and his girlfriend, Sarah Jane Ramos, are expecting this spring.
Gonna be a dad here soon in March. Gonna be a girl dad.
Yeah.
You excited?
I'm very excited. I know the moment I see her, the moment I hold her, my life's gonna change, and I'm excited for that.
There's a lot of football to be played before then, including a huge game against division rivals, the Philadelphia Eagles.
Sunday night, they're taking on the division leaders, the Eagles. What's Dak Prescott's mindset going into the Sunday night matchup?
Yeah, excited. Blessed and just thankful for the team that I have right now. Obviously, we've got a great Eagles team coming in off of a tough loss, understanding that they're going to be fired up.
Prediction for Sunday night?
A win.
It's pretty fast.
Yeah.
Not even close.
Win.
He's a good dude.
Man.
He's a good dude. Whether you're a Cowboys fan or not, I'm a Dak Prescott fan now.
Thanks,
moving
man.
forward, he has done so much good off the field, and this new ad campaign, just the latest example of that.
He's done a ton for mental health too. During
That's
the pandemic, he talked about his mental health and the tragedies in his family, losing his brother, his mother. Early on, being a leader in that space and being a hero to us.
I think the funny part about this PSA is there's always that saying, if you have him laughing, you have him listening. Like, he's so smart. This is a great way to get people on board with that.
The PSA is pretty funny, by the way. By the way, we put the Lead from Behind campaign that you saw a bit of there. The PSA for that's going to be released next week. We'll put it on our website, of course, today.com. I should mention, ever since the loss of my brother Lawrence, I have served as an unpaid board member of the Colorectal Cancer Alliance, and the Alliance is committed to breaking down barriers. So committed, in fact, that it's launched a health equity fund that's offering free screening options and financial assistance to those who are most in need. So if you want to get a screening and you cannot afford to get a screening, the Alliance will help you get the screening.
That's cool.
I should also disclose that I played in the Alliance's golf tournament recently.
That's right.
And came in second place.
We should disclose that.
And I should disclose that, Craig, you've done a lot of wonderful work with Lawrence in your heart, and this is part of it too. So,
thank you.
Love you.
You're our Dak, bro.
Yeah, you are.
All right, remember, you can catch Dak and the Cowboys against the Eagles, the matchup of the weekend, Sunday night right here on NBC. We're going to eat to that coming up too.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a huge game.
Coming up, it is Sunday night, football night in America! The Eagles fly into Arlington, Texas to take on the Cowboys. Hey, partner! Clear skies, 48 degrees. It's a big one. Partner, Eagles, Cowboys, yeehaw! 7 p.m. Sunday night, football night in America. It is time to go round the horn. Yeah! Woo! Here we go. Look out, we're coming around. Keep going, keep going. We're going. All these fine people right down here. Look at this. I got to show you this shirt. It says, Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Let's keep going. Woo! Yeah. Yeah. Woo! Yeah. Woo! And that, my friends, is around the horn. Back to you guys.
All right, Al, thank you so much.
Nice.
This crowd is
holding up.
bumping. Come here. Look at this. What's your name?
Emily.
Kristen. Happy you're here, y'all. We got the best crowd in town. All right, coming up next, we've got two very proud kids in the house. Ben Platt and Molly Gordon, they're going to tell us about their new film. Yeah. Hey, girl. Theater camp. But first, hey, this is Today on NBC.
We are back 8:37 with two incredibly talented stars, Tony and Grammy winner Ben Platt and actress and director Molly Gordon. These friends are the creative forces behind the film Theater Camp, a hilarious mockumentary about a rundown theater program. Take a look.
Now, we only have 3 weeks to create a masterpiece. It's on you now. It's up to you. So that's on your shoulders, as well as Joan's well-being and her legacy. All on you.
But you so deserve it on every level. You guys are so talented, so unbelievable. This will break you. This will fully destroy you.
Ben and Molly, the reviews are wonderful. People love this movie. It's kind of a passion project. How did it come about?
Well, we've known each other our whole lives, and we've been doing theater. We met doing musical theater, and we met our collaborators, Nick Lieberman and Noah Galvin, my fiance, also doing theater and comedy together. And we have this sort of collective, and we've always dreamed of making something together. And I think setting it in the world of theater that we know the best always was our sort of largest dream, and finally came to fruition.
Yeah, and we feel very lucky that we got to make it, and it came out 6 months ago. We love to do press 6 months after the movie comes out.
Yes, I know. You couldn't do it because of the strike.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
But
so let's pretend it's summer and it just came out.
It's so hot.
Yeah,
Yes, exactly.
It's so hot, yeah. But no, and I think the movie is also about like the fragility of an artist's life, and the strikes definitely showed that, and how these places where kids get to be creative are so important, and like arts funding gets cut first, and we just have to find a way in our society to like save those places.
Well, I heard that you guys are a long, long time. I believe we have video evidence of you being at Theater Camp together. Look at you, cutie. I mean, this is unbelievable.
I was in love with Ben.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
But of course, I was famously gay.
Oh. I mean, that is just adorable. So, how did you did it kind of like mockumentary style, right?
Yeah, so we Molly and I and Noah and Nick all wrote the film together, and we sort of really heavily outlined it and set ourselves up with like a structure and a narrative and lots of jokes and concepts, and then we really wanted the dialogue itself to be largely improvised, and so we got to bring in lots of really gifted comedians, and Patty Harrison and Owen Thiel and Jimmy Tatro and Iowa Debris, who just took what we had written and really ran with it, and there was a lot of freedom on the set, and the kids especially were such gifted improvisers.
Incredible.
And really showed up, and especially in the musical at the end, which we also had the pleasure of writing with Mark Son and Blake, our songwriting partner. The kids were really spectacular.
It would be a great, and it's supposed to storm this weekend. It's on Hulu. You could watch it this weekend, and so probably a lot of people didn't hear about it because it came out in the summer. Now, I got to ask you, Molly, I'm a big Bear fan. They just got picked up for another season, so are we going to see Claire Bear, you, in this new season, do we think?
I think, Chris and the whole Bear team are so brilliant, so whatever they have in store is going to be amazing, and yeah.
I see your artful dodge, and I'm going to let it slide because it's not your fault that you can't answer, but we hope so. I love Claire. I think you're an amazing character in The Bear. And then you've got this really long-term project coming up with Beanie Feldstein.
Yes. It's a film version of the Sondheim musical Merrily We Roll Along, and we are shooting it over the course of 18 years. So
literally 18 years.
Yes, indeed. With Richard Linklater, who's he directed Boyhood.
Yes,
and
that's kind of his thing.
Exactly. So this story is about like the disillusionment of a friendship over a long period of time, and so we're going to see if we can manage to show it in real time.
18 years. I mean, that's incredible. Talk about promoting it later.
Exactly.
You think 6 months after you shot it, right? Yeah. We'll see you in 18 years.
See you in 2038.
Yes,
exactly.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Ben and Molly, thank you so much. It's called Theater Camp. As mentioned, you can stream it on Hulu. And we've got another award-winning star in the house, Gael Garcia Bernal, who threw himself into his newest role and the wrestling ring. You're going to hear all about it. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Welcome back. Gael Garcia Bernal has played many, many characters, winning him so much acclaim throughout his career, from The Motorcycle Diaries to Mozart in the Jungle. For his latest film, Casanadro. Did I get that right, Gael?
Casandro.
Casandro!
Yes,
All right, Gael,
yes.
thank you. He enters the world of Mexican wrestling as a beloved
Luchadora.
who eventually became known as the Liberace of that. But before this character can find fame, he must first enlist the help of a trainer ahead of his next match. Take a listen.
How long have you been doing lucha? Since I was a kid. But I've been doing real fights since a couple of years ago. But I'm going to be fighting Gigantico de Tijuana next week. And I want to flip it. I want to turn it around.
You do. You want to turn it around. It's so great to have you in studio. Is this a character you ever imagined yourself playing?
When I got the idea of doing this film, that's when I said, of course I have to do this. And this is something I must do. It's like because I grew up a lot with watching Lucha Libre and being a big fan of that, and also wrestling with my friends and my brother, and you know, like, and destroying our rooms and everything. So yeah, this was something that I sort of imagined doing, but never thought before that, you know, like I'm ever gonna make a movie about this. No, I never thought about it.
But playing this character, I would think it would be easy to get this wrong. You could overperform or underperform. So how did you get into character?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Getting that I guess what I had to do is prepare a lot, of course, and do a lot of physical training, as well as the wrestling training, as well as dance training as well. And then with that, I had some ownership, and then just, as an actor, you kind of have to lose control a little bit when you're there. So you're always like, every day is like a challenge of like, how much is too much, so it was like playing with that.
I feel like once you got into costumes, it must have just turned on because you have so many incredible costumes throughout this film.
The costume and the makeup.
The makeup
and
too.
And the makeup really helped also,
I think looking at your career, it's incredible what you've chosen to do and, importantly, what you've chosen not to do. And I feel like in the acting business, a lot of times people are saying, when someone asks you, you say yes. You say yes. What's your philosophy when it comes to selecting the roles that are just right for you?
Oh, thank you. Well, I really think that a lot of the path, in a way, or the artistic sort of search, the artistic journey, which is seldom talked about nowadays, it's a lot based on your decisions of what you don't do as well. Of what the time you take off to do something else, to prepare or to kind of work something, or put your hands in the mud and try something, and then little by little, I don't know, it's like the things you want to do come in a way or happen. It's strange. I mean, it's very from a very lucky perspective.
But I think it's a great perspective when you think of it, because some people say your iron is hot now, so you have to strike now. But that's kind of out of fear. If I don't take this, then maybe I won't have anything.
Exactly.
But that's not how you live your life.
Yeah, I think the artistic journey is there's no place for speculation or kind of measuring the consequences of what's going to happen. It has to be a much more, you have to trust the alchemy in a way. And trust the accident, and really like listen to that fine art of the artistic journey. And it's something. It really contradicts the times of our lives right now, because it requires more patience and a bit more.
You're such a deep thinker. By the way, you had a beautiful article in GQ that kind of nutshelled your life and where you came from and how you wound up here. It was beautiful. Congratulations on this film. I know a lot of people are going to want to see it and see your incredible acting.
Thank you very much.
We really appreciate you coming today. And again, you can catch Gael in Casandro. It's streaming right now on Prime Video. You knew I'd get it right by the end. All right, Carson, over to you.
All right, Hoda, thanks so much. It's so great. The strike's over. We got all these great actors in Studio 1A now. We're talking about movies and films and projects. It's making all of us hungry. So we've got some food for you. We've got the couple here behind Don and Angie here in New York. Incredible game day recipe for us. We got Tex-Mex meatballs, and we've got Italian pork nachos inspired for the big Cowboys-Phillies game. We're going to get to that. But first, this is Today on NBC. Our anchors are done with the food. I mean, the segment's sort of over in one part of the studio over there. That's how good this is. It's Today Food Loves Football. We are back. We got awesome snacks. This is one of the biggest games of the year right here. It's working out to be Cowboys Eagles on NBC Sunday night. Here to help us out with some tailgating treats, we've got the dynamic duo, husband and wife, Scott Tassinelli and Angie Rito. They are the chefs and owners of the great Don and Angie, one of New York's hottest restaurants. Really great to have you guys. And it's great to have some real solid, good old-fashioned weekend football food. So how's everything at the spot, Don Angie?
Great.
Busy time of year for you?
Yeah. Very busy time of year.
Is this food emblematic of what you guys do in the restaurant?
100%. We're huge meatball fans in general. We actually have an entire chapter devoted to meatballs in our cookbook.
Love that.
Let's get in here. So
what do we got first?
So to start our meatballs, we add a little milk to bread here.
Is this like any old bread or like day old bread? Does it matter?
Yeah, it could be anything. This is like torn sourdough. This is called a panade. This is going to add like some moisture to the meatballs.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Do you like your sourdough bread? Is that kind of a first choice?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it has like a nice depth of flavor in there.
And then you're going to wring it out, all the milk, and you're going to add the bread to ground chicken and then chorizo. This is like a Mexican chorizo, so it's really soft, but you could also use the hard chorizo. You just got to grind it up.
Yep.
Then we're going to add cotija cheese to it.
Yes, you are.
Some eggs. And then our spice mix, which is salt, pepper, cumin, oregano, grated garlic, and dried garlic and dried onion.
Okay, perfect.
And then mix it up, you're going to end up with this.
Yeah.
And then Angie's going to, I don't know if you want to scoop some meatballs.
Yeah,
sure, I'll scoop a meatball.
So we use one
How
of
the meatballs, guys?
Out good. We use one of these because then everybody gets all the meatballs are even sized, right?
Yes, even size. Smart.
So this is like a Tex-Mex style meatball. I feel like, Dallas, like the cuisine that stands out there most to us is Tex-Mex.
Right.
So.
All right, so we're going to squeeze some meatballs there. That's really not so hot, but that's okay.
Then you got to do a quick roll off.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's right.
There you go.
And then those cook for how long?
It's about 15 to 20 minutes until they're golden brown in about a 350,
Pretty
400
quick.
oven.
Yeah, it's chicken. All right, so we're making, what is this, a sauce to go with it?
So this is like an herbed labna. It's like a thick yogurt. It sort of is like a cooling element that's going to pair well with the spicy meatballs. So we have the labna here. We have a little bit of salt, sugar, oregano.
That's going into what? What is the base of that?
This is labna. It's like a thick yogurt,
like a Greek
basically.
yogurt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some lime juice, some grated garlic.
Greg, you right over there? Yeah.
He's laughing at me.
Having a good time.
I just wanted to ask you a question while your mouth was full. I don't need the answer.
And mix this up. And then this is going to be the base of our meatballs here.
Yep.
And we just add a little bit of fresh scallion and cilantro
Gorgeous.
on top there. So.
All right. That is the Cowboys. Good luck to the Cowboys. Let's go to Philly.
Philly is
What were you
famous
guys thinking?
Philly's famous for cheesesteaks, but also famous for the roast pork sandwich.
It's a lesser known, like Italian American dish there that's super popular.
Right.
Roast pork provolone and broccoli rabe.
So you were like, let's take some of those elements and just make nachos.
Correct.
Why not?
Love it.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do a pork shoulder. You could use bone in or bone out. This is bone in, I believe. We're gonna sear it in a pan.
Yep.
And then we're gonna take it out after we get it golden brown, and to that fat from the pork shoulder, we're gonna add onions, sliced onions. And then we're going to put in our spice mix here. So for this one, it's oregano, thyme, fennel, and chili flakes.
Mm-hmm.
Chopped garlic.
Yep. The meatball.
And tomato paste. We're going to cook that out for a few minutes till the tomato is cooked.
Great meatball.
Then once the tomato paste is cooked, we're going to add white wine,
Yep.
reduce that down,
I got you.
add chicken stock.
Okay.
And then we're going to take the pork shoulder and we're going to put it into a slow cooker. It's going to go in the slow cooker. We're going to pour this mixture right on top of it.
Right.
The best thing about making this.
I love that you can do this inside. You don't have to do like a green egg smoking situation.
Yeah, I mean, inside.
This is just easy.
Yep. The best thing about this, you're done. Put it on high, 4
That's it.
hours.
4 hours. That's
Drink
not
some
even that
beers,
long.
watch the game, that's it. And
Great.
then Angie's going to show the broccoli rabe.
Okay.
So I have some garlic here. I'm going to add my rabe. Season it with a little salt.
Beautiful.
Once this is cooked, we like to finish it off. We have to cook it for like 6 to 7 minutes to get it like super wilted.
Mhm.
Once this is finished, we like to finish it off with a little fresh lemon juice and sugar just to kind of cut the bitterness.
Nice that. Nice touch.
And then for layering the nachos, the best, the most fun part here. Basically, the secret to a good nacho is just like many, many layers.
Okay, talk slow.
So, yeah. We're just gonna get our pulled
Get
pork
your pork
here.
down, load it up.
Did you try this yet?
Don't be shy.
You got to try the nachos.
I know, but then I got to talk and go to break.
It's worth it. It's worth it.
No, I'm a pro. I got to wait.
You talk with a mouthful.
Yeah.
I can't talk like Craig.
I'm just going to say that it's a huge game on Sunday night right here on NBC. And
Thank
if
you,
this
Savannah.
football segment is any indication, it is going to be an Eagles victory.
Oh!
These are delicious nachos.
Today.com
Go Birds.
/food has these recipes. Watch that game. Cowboys Eagles Sunday night, 7 o'clock on Eastern and on Peacock. We're back with the third and fourth hours.
Oh, man. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberating.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
This morning on the third hour of Today, a major storm on the move. We're tracking a massive system that's going to impact folks from the Rockies to Maine. Rain, wind, snow, what we can expect this weekend. Plus, a buddy up for the holidays.
Look at Daddy cutting down a tree.
Dylan and her family going in search of the perfect Christmas tree. Hang around to see their sweet family tradition. Plus, hot winter getaways. Whether you want sandy beaches or winter fun, we got something for everyone. Then later, Superfood Friday, Joy Bauer showing us her healthy holiday hacks for the season of eating. Have you ever had a Grinch stick? You will today, Friday, December 8th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Dylan here with Al Chanel. We've got Craig here. So what is today?
Friday.
Friday. We're getting ready for the weekend, but it's a very special birthday. A birthday. Friday. To our executive producer, Tom Mazzarelli. Happy birthday.
Hey, Maz.
Oh,
That's a nice picture of Maz.
Oh, and the
Man's best
dog.
friend
Very
right
regal.
Yeah, he does.
That's right.
I know.
He is the boss.
That's right. He left his scepter just to the side.
Well, we are excited for the weekend, but everybody's kind of talking on the East Coast about this big storm that's coming.
That's right. Actually, it's going to be starting from the midsection of the country, making its way across. In fact, let's take a look at some of the impacts from this storm. We're talking about heavy rain up and down the eastern seaboard as we check out the maps. And any moment now,
we'll just envision.
Well, you just imagine lots of yellow and orange up and down the coast, and there it is. And
you want to see a live picture?
There's going to be snow. Do we have I don't know. Do we have a?
There you go.
Okay, there you go. Utah, looking good.
That looks like a painting.
Well, anyway, there are going to be strong winds up and down the East Coast Sunday into Monday. We're looking about 2 to 3 inches of rain or more from the Ohio River Valley up into New England down to the Gulf. There we go. Boom. Look for some river rises going up there, ponding of water. We are also looking at winds. Anywhere from 60 to 30 mile per hour wind gusts, especially along the I-95 corridor. Look for some airport delays and snow Sunday night into Monday. And then by Monday, we could be looking at 6 to 8 inches of snow upstate New York, but still along the I-90 corridor, I-80 corridor, going to be slippery travel.
All right, so be careful this weekend if you're traveling. Well, winter weather also means it's cold and flu season. You remember last year there was a medication shortage? Well, this year there are enough doses of those drugs, but there are major shortages of other prescriptions. We have NBC senior business correspondent Christine Romans here with more on that. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, real scramble for so many families. You know, this is a problem that people are running into at pharmacies across the country. We're talking about life-saving cancer treatments, ADHD pills, a lot of other prescriptions. It has doctors and patients scrambling.
Frustrations are growing nationwide over unfilled prescriptions. Widespread drug shortages are making it harder for many Americans to find their medications.
It's getting worse.
Misty Heeman lives in Minnesota and says it's like a full-time job to track down ADHD medication for her 3 sons. Have you found any hacks, or is this just you deal on a day-by-day basis?
Day-by-day basis. Sometimes I won't give some of my kids meds like at 3 o'clock, so I know I have them for the school day if I have to.
Heeman says she's had to switch her kids to different prescriptions based on what's available. It's a daily struggle shared on social media.
Whoever or whatever is causing this shortage, cut it out. I need my medicine.
With users posting about how they're unable to pick up prescriptions on time or forced to change their treatment schedules.
My 7-year-old does not have his ADHD medication because both of the pharmacies are out of it.
The issue ringing an alarm on Capitol Hill.
Drug shortages are a significant public health risk of the highest national priority.
This cancer doctor telling lawmakers the drug shortage could be a matter of life or death for some patients.
Many of my colleagues have been forced to make impossible choices, including to choose which patients will be prioritized to receive potentially curative therapy.
According to an American Cancer Society survey, 1 in 10 people being treated today say they've experienced drug shortage in the past year. When we talk about a shortage of drugs for cancer treatment, that could actually be life or death, couldn't it?
We also don't know the long-term harms because we don't have the data about switching between cancer drugs. We probably won't know what will happen until a few years from now. You know, patients may forego a chance at a cure.
The problem is widespread. 1 in 3 U.S. hospitals are severely affected by drug shortages. And by early fall, there were 305 ongoing drug shortages nationwide, the most in a decade. Why are there shortages of life-saving drugs in this country?
The main reason for most of these shortages is a quality problem at the manufacturing facilities. It is across all drug classes, but most of these are generic drugs.
It's a serious problem. There's no quick fix. So what you can do right now is, talk to your doctor. This is going to be a team situation here. You can ask your doctor for a different medication, a different prescription, or you can ask to find a different dosage. Sometimes there are extended release dosages that maybe that's available at the pharmacy. And use the experts say use the online portal with your doctor's office. A lot of doctors have been moving to these online portals. I can never remember the passwords.
I know.
But
that is so true.
I get so confused, but they're for my kids, they're for me, they're for my husband, but figure that out and talk to your doctor that way. That's the quickest way to get through to your doctor.
You mentioned earlier that last week the Biden administration did announce they were going to take some action.
And they know, look, Congress knows this is a problem. There were those congressional hearings this week. The Biden administration last week said it was going to use the Defense Production Act so that they could ramp up manufacturing of some of these drugs in the U.S. That won't fix it tomorrow, but it will fix it next year.
Okay.
Good news.
Thank you, Christine.
Nice to see you all.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
We want to take a turn now and get into this really great conversation with one of the biggest NFL stars. Craig went down to Dallas to talk with Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott, not just about football, but really about an important mission.
Yeah, Dak, for those of you who haven't been following, he's in the midst of one of the best seasons of his NFL career so far. He's among the favorites for league MVP, but nonetheless, just days before that big Sunday night game, he took some time out to volunteer to film a public service announcement designed to urge people to get screened for colorectal cancer. He's doing it because Dak lost his mother, Peggy, to the disease back in 2013 while he was actually still in college. He was in Mississippi there. But it's the latest in a series from the Colorectal Cancer Alliance's Lead from Behind campaign. They put out a few of these public service announcements. I should disclose I've been an unpaid board member for the Alliance since losing my brother Lawrence to the disease. But we want to encourage folks to check out the PSA. It's really, really funny. Ryan Reynolds' production company is behind it. Oh, wow. Okay. They use some language that we can't use on morning television. A little salty, but it's going to be effective.
That's all that matters. Providing humor.
Yes.
Because it's not always something somebody wants to talk about.
Yep.
So I think just to take it in this direction.
And you, my friend, have done a lot to do that, to help that cause as well. And we really appreciate that.
Thank you. By the way, of course, while I was there, we had to talk football.
Sure.
Dak currently leads the NFL in passing touchdowns. Cowboys 9-3. They've won 4 in a row. Sunday night, of course, they're hosting Philadelphia there at Jerry's Place. I asked Dak about those lofty expectations that come with being the quarterback of America's team. Do you feel like you have something to prove still?
Every day I feel like I have something to prove. And it's not even always to other people as much as it is to myself. For me, it's about trying to improve every day, 1%, any aspect that I can. So, every time I touch that field or take that building, I've got something to prove.
So Cowboys fans, like a lot of pro sports teams fans, every year, it's going to be their season. Yeah. Every year. But you talk to
Unless you're Giants or Jets.
That's right. But you talk to Cowboys fans this year, they're like, no, really. This is our year.
This is the year.
The
Well,
year.
they've got a big game this weekend, obviously,
they do.
for
That's
the
right.
Eagles.
Oh, yeah. Cowboys, Eagles, Sunday Night Football, which means, of course, it's again time for Friday Football Fever.
All right, here we go.
Where we test our NFL trivia knowledge. This week's question comes from NBC football analyst Matthew Berry. Oh, Matt.
Hey there, Today Show friends. It is time once again for your Friday football trivia question. Now, this Sunday night, the Dallas Cowboys will take on their division rival, the Philadelphia Eagles. These two teams have played each other 129 times in the past, including earlier this year when Philadelphia defeated Dallas. If the Eagles can sweep the Cowboys and win again on Sunday night, it'll be the first time that's happened since when? A, 2011, B, 2005, C, 1999, or D, 1988?
Oh, no, I have no idea.
I have no idea.
I'm going to go 1999.
I'm going to go D.
I'm going to go A.
I'll take 2005.
All right, let's see.
All right, Matthew, what's the deal?
The answer is A, 2011. That's right. The Eagles have not won both division games against the Cowboys in over a decade. And while Philadelphia does lead the division currently, in the lifetime matchup against the Cowboys, they're still trailing 73-56. It should be an amazing game in Dallas on Sunday night, and we'll see you there right here on NBC and Peacock.
Woohoo, go Eagles.
It should be a great game.
Nice.
No matter who you pull.
That's
So
the
don't
first time
forget.
I've ever gotten a question right.
Impressive. Don't forget, tune in Sunday night to watch the Eagles take on the Cowboys. Partner, football night in America begins at 7 Eastern on NBC.
It doesn't matter the team. He comes up with a voice. Or,
I feel like that's like a hawk. Like, does an eagle sound?
well,
I don't know.
how's Eagles do? Yeah, see, that was close.
There you go.
That was close.
Coming up
Moving
in
on.
our Consumer Confidential, LinkedIn's predictions for 2024. Big ideas that could change how you think about college, job applications, and retirement. And then later, my family's buddy up adventure in search of that perfect Christmas tree. And wait until you see the surprise we found inside.
Uh-oh.
We'll be right back inside the tree.
It was an eagle.
Tell me. This morning in our Consumer Confidential, we are looking into the future. Actually, we're not. LinkedIn is. LinkedIn is out with its annual list of big ideas. It's their predictions for what to expect in the workplace and job climate in the new year. And here to walk us through it, one of our favorite guests, Editor-in-Chief at LinkedIn, Mr. Dan Roth. How are you, sir?
Good morning. Doing great. Thanks for having me.
Other than looking into a magic crystal ball, how did LinkedIn go about coming up with this year's list?
We ask our community. Every year we do this. We ask the community what are the big trends, topics they expect to see in 2024 in their areas. And it's always super interesting. We check back to make sure we actually do a good job. So last year, 2023, 61% of our predictions ended up being true.
Wow.
So that's good, even though it was a crazy, crazy year. So I'm hoping for even better in 2024.
That's awesome. You could do weather. So let's start before the job market in college.
Yeah.
In LinkedIn, you guys are saying, forget about saving up for college. What do you mean?
Yeah, we think 2024 is the year that people stop saving for college. Basically, this is going to be there is a break that happens where people just say, I'm not going to college. It goes from being a sure thing, you're a high school student, you go to college, to saying it's an individual choice. 40 million Americans are starting to pay for their student loan payments again. It now takes 15 years for the average bachelor degree holder to see financial gain on their degree. And it's just a question of, is it worth it? And employers are making this easy. Something like almost 20% now of all the job listings don't require a college degree on LinkedIn.
Wow.
That's up from 15% 2 years ago. So this is moving up really fast. And so the question is, like, if the employers aren't asking for it and if it costs so much, why am I doing
What's
it?
the point?
So this year is a breaking year.
And it's interesting that employers.
I was going to say.
I know.
That's perfect.
I think another thing, if you do go to college, they're embracing the culture right now, this creator economy, and they're actually designing classes geared towards that.
Yeah, so this is like following the money and following the demand of the students who are going to college. The creator economy is supposed to be $500 billion by 2027. 54% of young people are saying they want to be a creator when they grow up.
What does that mean? What does that look like?
It used to be like, I want to be Mike. Now it's, I want to be like Mr. Beast. You want to be a YouTube creator, have your own show. And so they're starting classes. We're going to see tons of classes open up next year. USC is already doing this at their J School. They have an influencer relations course. It is about how to be great in front of camera, how to deal with contracts, how to sell yourself. All of this becomes standardized.
$100 doing it.
You can do
If I'm
really
dropping
well.
120 grand on a college degree for my son, and I find him in like an influencer class, we're going to have some problems.
He's going to say, here's my millions of dollars, Dad.
Well, that's the thing. It
pays off. This
they
is it.
monetize being an influencer.
I mean, it pays off for like 2 or 3 of them, but what about the other like 95%?
Yeah.
Grandpa Craig comes to play.
I'm just saying anyway. Dan's like, I didn't sign up for this.
No, this one is a really interesting trend. Job applicants getting paid for their time before they even start working.
Yeah, so this one is very controversial. We're seeing this outside the U.S. right now, where companies are saying, if you're going to come and interview with us, we will pay you to do it. $85, $150 in some places. In the U.S., it's starting to happen around the second interview. So you come in, we like you, now we need you to do some work. Maybe a lot of places are like, we want you to take a test or maybe write something up for us.
Compensate you
and
for your
we'll
time?
pay you to do this. So there's a PR agency that's doing this right now, Small Girls PR. They're like, we want you to pitch us on something. We're going to ask you to do work. We will pay you to go and do this work. That is going to become more common next year.
Every time we bring Dan Roth in, I feel like we got into the job market like a few years too early. We should have waited.
It's better. It's better right now.
Remote work, of course, obviously since the pandemic, it's become wildly popular with lots of folks.
Yeah.
But you maintain, or LinkedIn maintains, this year we're going to see something called backdoor remote work.
Yeah, so I've been coming on your show now and saying remote jobs are dead.
Yeah.
We have seen the numbers fall off. In March of 2022, over 20% of jobs were remote jobs on LinkedIn. It is now down to 9.5%.
Wow.
But next year is the year I eat those words, because backdoor remote jobs are coming in, which is companies saying, we like you. I know we told you this was an on-site job, but you're so good and you don't have to relocate if you don't want to, and we're going to make this a remote job. And so the takeaway here is these employers have found that there is talent everywhere, not just in their cities, and they are going to start making exceptions. Yep.
Really?
So the story here is that if you see a job you like and it doesn't say remote, still apply for it, and then if you're good, just insist.
They'll work with
There you go.
Exactly.
Tips. Dan
Really
Roth.
good.
Thanks so much, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks for having me.
Happy holidays.
Thanks. Cheers.
All right, coming up next, we're branching out in our series, Buddy Up. Come along as my family gets a lesson in Christmas trees, and we share one of our favorite holiday traditions. Then later, actor Matthew Goode has starred in Downton Abbey and The Crown. Well, now he is here in studio to share his new role opposite Sir Anthony Hopkins. We'll be right back. our series Buddy Up. Now, usually it's the four of us that get together and do something fun outside of work, but nobody was available. So I buddied up with my family. When Brian, my husband, and I, and our three boys, we went on the search for the perfect Christmas tree. Can you guys believe it's time to get our Christmas tree already?
Yeah.
Are you so excited?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brian, the boys, and I took a trip to Elwood Pumpkin and Christmas Tree Farm in search of the perfect pine to enjoy throughout the holiday.
We've got Lee here. Hey, Lee. What do you recommend? Where do we start?
A lot of people make a mistake at a big tree farm like this. They choose the nicest tree, but they don't think about longevity.
I mean,
These are
these not
beautiful.
only are they tall, but they're perfectly shaped and they're absolutely beautiful.
That doesn't happen by accident.
Every one is perfect.
I want a big one.
Brian, we have a ceiling.
I want to go full Griswold. Cal, tell Mommy to get the biggest one, okay?
Cal, don't listen to him, buddy.
This happens to be a Norway spruce. It's what they use in Rockefeller Center. I'm sure you have seen that tree, right?
According to Lee, spruce trees are more likely to lose their needles as time passes, especially without proper care.
I've had people that want them and say they have success with it.
It didn't take long before we fell in love with a tree.
Remember this tree?
But we wanted to look around before deciding.
I like the height, but it might be a little skinny. All right. You don't think it's a little too short? Well, I guess it's not too short for you. Well, you know the hard part now? We have to cut it down.
It was Brian's time to shine as he took on the task of chopping down our tree.
Should we get a stunt double?
Look at Daddy cutting down a tree. The whole tree's wobbling. Oh, here it comes.
Oh, there it goes.
Come on, guys, help me. Help me, help me. It's
Pull
like
the tree, pull the tree. There you go.
Did it. Yeah. Is this the first time you ever cut a tree?
Yes.
Sure.
These hands, no calluses.
But the job wasn't done.
Here we go.
We had to get the tree all the way back to the car. After a while of sitting in our backyard, it was finally time to bring in the tree.
Look at this.
And upon inspection, we found a little surprise within its branches.
There's a bird's nest in here. Are you guys ready for some ornaments?
Yeah. One of my favorite family traditions is talking about each of the ornaments as we put them on the tree.
Daddy made this when he was little. It's a gingerbread man.
Yeah.
But on the other side, he burnt the cookie.
What?
Hey, Calvin, this is a replacement for the one when you threw a football at the tree.
What's that?
Whatever you want. I'll hang it on the tree.
Right in the front, buddy.
Yeah, put it on the tree.
And before we knew it, it was Christmas in the Fischera household.
We're done with our tree. There we go.
There we go. Nice! Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas!
Oh,
Beautiful. We did it.
That.
And none of the ornaments got broken this year so far.
That's
so
a win.
We're doing all right.
We always buy when the kids were little, we'd buy a box of cheap ornaments like from CVS
yeah.
and just to let them hang them.
Exactly. I do always want to grab the most fragile.
Like the oldest one.
The oldest one.
exactly.
Yeah,
That was beautiful.
That was
Fun
It was fun.
experience.
Congratulations.
We haven't cut down a Christmas tree in a long time. We just usually buy them on the street here in New York.
Now you're going to do it every year.
I know.
I know, those
Craig
are
usually goes
sad.
into Central Park.
Sure. All right.
He's joking.
No.
He's joking. He's joking.
Up next, the very talented Matthew Goode is live today to share his new movie and meeting two impressive minds alongside Sir Anthony Hopkins. And then later, whether you're looking for a warm escape or winter fun, I can see. They're telling me I can't see the prompter. We have some great travel deals you can grab today. We'll be right back.
We ought to do a buddy up where we take you to an ophthalmologist.
Why don't you? You've got the hard copies there.
This morning, we are catching up with an actor with an incredible resume. Matthew Goode starred in the Oscar-nominated film The Imitation Game alongside Benedict Cumberbatch.
And of course, fans of the hit series Downton Abbey recognize him as Lady Mary's husband, Henry. And then Matthew Goode earned an Emmy nomination for his performance in another blockbuster show. Perhaps you've heard of this one, The Crown.
Well, now he stars opposite acting royalty, Sir Anthony Hopkins, in the new movie Freud's Last Session.
So Matthew plays author C.S. Lewis, who visits Hopkins' character, Dr. Sigmund Freud, at his home in London while the world is on the brink of war.
You lie to yourself, thinking that you can control death the way you control your world and your daughter. You believe that you can outthink your fear by hiding behind your desk in your den of gods, but the truth is you're terrified, understandably, but terrified nonetheless.
So good. And stop.
Oh, turn it off, turn it off, turn it off.
You're like, wait, you're really good actor.
You seem very uncomfortable watching this.
Physically sick. I've also got I'm having to grow my hair at the moment for another job.
Please.
All sorts of things going on this morning, but thank you for having me on.
Well, we didn't mean to cause you any distress. We try not to do that with our guests.
Contrary to popular opinion, just because you work on camera doesn't mean you actually... Like, it's easier when you're playing a part, if you know what I mean. And the rest of the time, I just want to be in my house with the kids.
So this is fascinating. It's a fictional story based, and this movie's based on a play.
Yes, a play by Mark St. Germain.
About this meeting. So what was it that attracted you to this? Because it really is a fascinating concept.
Well, I mean, it's lovely to get material which is that rich and that strong, but I also, my childhood hero is Tony Hopkins, or Anthony Hopkins. So that was a massive draw, and it was also slightly scary as well because he's already played C.S. Lewis.
Oh, that's right.
In a film called Shadowlands, which I think you should watch it as well. And he was so good in it. So yes, but it's just a brilliant story, and it's very rare that you kind of get two people, the simplicity of two people sitting in a room and talking about it, and they are two of the greatest minds of the 20th century.
Awesome.
So suspend your disbelief, obviously, but...
They say it's always dangerous when you meet your idols. What was it like?
Oh, not in this case. Because, just everything you'd ever wanted. I mean, he just came up to us and went, call me Tony.
Which is so funny. I would never think he's a Tony.
Yeah. Well, you'd think he's probably won a few of those.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was just a dream, and he's just so... He's full of energy and is more engaged than he ever has been. And considering, if you think about it, I get 50% of my performance from anybody that I'm opposite, right? Yeah. So if you're opposite one of the greatest actors of all time, you're hoping it's going to elevate. A bit like if I was playing with Federer, I'd hope my tennis...
You have to step up a little bit more, you know?
To kind of bring an A game, hopefully.
So rehearsing for this, I mean, not only do you have a lot of dialogue, but you also have to, perfect the art of listening because it is just you two. So how did you prepare for that?
Well, I don't have an office at home. My wife does, and which is, we don't argue about that. That's fine. So I have a bathtub.
Bathtub?
I was in the bath for months, effectively, just because I was...
With water? Or?
Well, yeah.
But we didn't know if that was like your quiet place.
Your skin is remarkably smooth.
Well, coming from you, Al, that's just Shangri-La. You're aging like a fine wine. No, but so I sat there and I recorded... I mentioned I learnt all of the whole script because I didn't know how we were going to shoot it. And we actually ended up shooting it narratively, which was a wonderful way to do it.
Oh, wow.
But I recorded him in a cod Viennese accent and just went back and forth, which
is a cool idea.
It's what you can do on your own now.
In the bathroom?
Yeah, in the bathroom.
That's fantastic.
A quiet space.
Deep in thought.
Yeah. Wait, really quickly, I think this is so funny. So obviously you have a very successful career, but there was a time where you had a job, and I read that you didn't like it so much that you told them you had a job from Steven Spielberg. You got booked.
I don't know how anyone found out about this, but yes.
Is that true?
Your research, chef's
what is the story?
I was working in a telemarketing place, right? And it was cold calling, and it felt like we're trying to get money off old people.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't sell anything. I wasn't very good at it. And I had a script, I just wasn't very good at it. And I was like, I've got to get out of here. It's just depressing and awful. And so I just got up and was like, oh my God, you're not, did a whole thing, put the phone down. And everyone's like, what, are you okay? I was like, I just got a job with Steven Spielberg. But why I chose Spielberg, I have no idea. I mean, that was like, it was a bit much. And then I got out and ironically, I went through the jubilation of being congratulated.
Oh my God.
had to walk home because I didn't have enough money for the tube.
Oh my gosh.
That's a great story.
So bad.
I'd say it's worked out pretty well for you.
It's going okay.
Have you ever met Spielberg?
No, I haven't. No, he's a fairly sensible man.
Okay. Well, I hope he's watching.
It just goes to show you just needed the right script.
There you go. There you go.
Script.
Yeah. That was great.
Oh, man,
I can dream.
Yeah, this has been delightful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We really appreciate it.
Bless you.
Freud's Last Session in theaters in New York and Los Angeles on December 22nd.
You're a great guest. Yes. You come back. When you get that Spielberg role, you come back. We want the exclusive.
Absolutely.
Coming up here on a Friday, we are dreaming of that next vacation, from island adventures to southern paradises and some winter fun. We've got something for everyone coming up. Then later, if it's Friday, it's Superfood Friday, and you've never had a candy cane like this one. Joy Bauer's going to answer your questions and share some healthy hacks for the holidays as well. When the third hour of Today comes right back.
There. I hear you want to join our migration?
Sorry?
Oh, we're going back to Jamaica. Have you ever been?
No.
Oh, it's just magical. I swear there's even a luminous lagoon where the water glows.
Oh, wow. Oh, I really want to see that.
Well, then it is settled. Your whole flock can join us. This is going to be great.
All right, well, that was a clip from the upcoming film Migration from Universal Pictures and Illumination. The movie follows a family of ducks who leave a comfortable life in their pond for a big adventure around the world. And if you're inspired to take a flight this winter too, we have some of the best travel deals and destinations to flock to. Here to show us his travel expert, Mark Elwood. Mark, good morning to you.
Good morning.
So Jamaica sounds kind of nice right about now.
I'm actually going to take you to Jamaica.
Yes?
You've just teed me up perfectly. I'm going to take you to Jamaica. And I'm going to take you to Floyd's Pelican Bar, because of course that would be an amazing place to go. It's a little bar about a mile off the south coast of Jamaica. You have to take a boat there. I would take you a swimming costume, a towel. Jamaica in the southern coast, right around Treasure Beach, is still really untouched. I think a lot of the Caribbean can feel overdeveloped. Look at this. You've also got the Appleton Rum Distillery down there. And I have to tell you, Joy, who runs the distillery there, she was the first female master distiller, whole business, quite a formidable lady. She makes amazing rum.
Okay, all right. You've got another one down in the Caribbean as well, I understand. And this next one, you don't even need a passport.
Exactly. I love that you teed me up that way. If you go to the US Virgin Islands, of course, the key is in the name. You can use your state ID, and if you've had problems getting passports, which a lot of people have, this is a great solution. And it really is like America, but also the Caribbean. And I'm sending you to St. Croix, which is the quieter part of the island, and I'm going to suggest you go after Christmas, because Point Udall in St. Croix is actually the easternmost part of the US. You can welcome in 2024, be the first person into the new year.
I like that.
That is fun. I like that.
Very cool. All right, so now the ducks were going south. Let's head south and take a look at Georgia.
Georgia, yeah, you see, I think, how well do you guys know Savannah?
I love
been
Savannah.
a couple of times.
Love Savannah.
Beautiful.
Have you been in the winter?
No.
Never been in the winter, actually.
See, I think the winter is it's sort of the Goldilocks time for Savannah because you can walk around like this, you're not going to schwitz, you're going to enjoy the outdoors, and you've got to look at the historic downtown. And they really embrace Christmas. If you can get there this weekend, there's a fantastic parade and Christmas extravaganza in the old Riverside District. But all month, you've got a brilliant light parade in the local botanical garden. Look at that. I mean, it is Celebration Central. And
I've stayed there. That's at Thompson.
Yeah, exactly. I love it. Why do you even need me? That's right by the river. That's right by the river.
He asked the same thing about Craig.
Looks beautiful.
It's a beautiful hotel. I can vouch for that one.
Let's say you don't need to go somewhere warm. You want just a nice winter location.
I think I might surprise you with this one. If you want to ski, have you ever gone to Arizona?
No.
Exactly.
See, we do need you.
Thank you so much. That feels better. If you go to Flagstaff in Arizona, it's 7,000 feet above sea level. So it gets about 100. It's really, really snowy every winter. And the Arizona Snow Bowl right there is wonderful for every level of skier. There's almost 800 acres of skiable terrain. But if you buy a full price, full day pass, you get free lessons. So if you've ever wanted to go there, go and try some skiing in Arizona and stay at a great hipster boutique motel downtown, very much attached to the university there. So a real cool vibe.
That's cool. It's a High Country Motor Lodge there.
It is indeed.
All right. Your last destination is known as one of the most festive cities to visit this time of year, right?
I'm going to take you to Annapolis in Maryland, because it has an extraordinary light parade in the local state park. You've got a 2-mile scenic drive of incredible neon and bright-coloured sculptures. There is obviously a Maryland blue crab, but there are a few other things. There's the North Pole, there's a giant teddy bear. And if you can get there this weekend, there is a flotilla of lighted ships that will emerge
that's beautiful.
from nowhere and cover the water in sort of sparkly boats.
Beautiful. They did that this past weekend in Washington.
They're doing it this weekend. Stay at some amazing historic hotels downtown. There's stay 2 nights, get a third one free. Real bargain.
Good stuff. Mark, thank you
Those
so
are great.
much. Thank you.
We need you very much.
We always need Mark. There you go. Thank you. Hey, you might want to be thinking about eating healthy this holiday season, and you don't have to be a Grinch to do it. Joy Bauer is going to show us some fun holiday hacks in Superfood Friday as the 3rd hour rolls on.
We're back with a holiday edition of Superfood Friday. So Hanukkah started last night, and we're also, of course, counting down to Christmas and all those holiday parties. So we brought in the expert. Today, nutrition and health expert Joy Bauer's here to share some healthy holiday hacks. You can have fun, but you don't have to be like a complete glutton.
No, not at all. And I think you guys are really going to love these ideas. And we have fantastic questions from viewers.
Let's get to the question. This first one's from Elena. Ooh, that's a nice little graphic down the wall, too. Elena says, I'm hosting my first holiday party. It will be a mix of friends and family. What are some healthy, festive appetizers I can serve?
Oh, that's good.
Elena is going to crush this party. So I have 2 apps that are super simple to make, but also bring the wow factor when it comes to the visual. So the first is my hummus wreath. So basically what you do is you get your favorite hummus. It could be store-bought or it could be a homemade, and you're going to spread it out in a large circle, either on a cutting board or a big platter like I have here. Pack it with herbs. Anything goes. Ornamental cherry tomatoes, and then that's crumbled feta. And then you surround it with delicious vegetable dippers and whole grain crackers, even chips if you want. But it's healthy and it has a lot of pizzazz.
That's really cute.
The second is a caprese candy cane. So this basically creates a candy cane out of all of the combination, the creamy mozzarella, the tomatoes. You're going to sprinkle aromatic basil over the top. And then you can either serve the balsamic vinaigrette on the side like I have here, or right before putting it out on your platter, you could drizzle it right over. And balsamic glaze works really well.
Oh, nice. Too. This next one's from Darcy from New Jersey. She said, Christmas all about cookies and cakes in our house, but this year I'm keen on getting my grandkids involved in making something healthy too. Any ideas for a fun, kid-friendly food activity?
I love this question because I love holiday snack activities. Okay. So this is going to bring a lot of giggles. I have something I'm calling my Grinch sticks.
Oh.
And so what you do is you take a green grape, that's going to be your Grinch's head, and you're going to skewer it on a toothpick, and then you're going to create your hat. So there's the Grinch head, and the hat is a banana slice, a strawberry, and a little mini marshmallow.
Oh.
You repeat, and you have a lineup of yummy Grinch sticks. Isn't that so cute?
You're a healthy one, Mr. Grinch.
Grinch sticks. That's
so the next is my banana people, and this is inspired by Frosty the Snowman. So you take a banana and you slice it up, and now you need a larger skewer for this one, but you decorate the snowman with mini chocolate chips and a raspberry hat.
That's really cute.
Yeah, so like really fun, but they're nutritious and delicious.
What's the nose there?
It's either it's a tiny carrot or bell pepper because you want orange for the nose.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, for this next question, for anyone hosting a Hanukkah party and want to serve something unique, ideally an entree or dessert I can make in advance, do you have any ideas? That was Lauren from Fort Lauderdale.
So do-it-yourself Gelt, chocolate Gelt, is the perfect make-ahead. And I just nailed this earlier this week. I put it on Instagram, and I have a big stash in my fridge for a party that I'm taking this weekend. You take melty chocolate, a little teaspoon on top of parchment paper lined on a baking sheet, and then you decorate it. I'm going the nutritious route, so I have here pomegranate seeds and chopped pistachios, and you put it in the freezer or the fridge just for like 15 minutes, and the chocolate is going to freeze, and then I just keep it in the fridge until you're ready to serve.
For folks who don't know what Gelt is.
Yeah, what is
so Gelt in Yiddish means coins. Money. And so during Hanukkah, what we do is a big tradition is to have these gold foiled coins. Yeah, and we collect them and you play with them. So this is a way that you don't have to even peel them. And they're little coins and they have a little bit of nutrition on top.
So creative. All right, so finally we have a question from one of our staffers, one of my favorite people, Veronica. Her questions, she says she's curious about staying healthy amidst all the holiday goodies. What would you say?
Okay, first off, like part of the fun of the holidays is the delicious, indulgent food. So nobody should deprive themselves, but you can be selective. So when you go to parties, follow my rule of one. And that means enjoy one of each deliciously looking hors d'oeuvre, fill one plate of food with whatever you want, sip one alcoholic beverage, and enjoy one dessert.
That is so sensible.
But if you can't decide between two desserts, has about a sliver of two.
Okay.
Rule of one, Joe.
I love that.
Rule of one.
That's good. And you still get to partake.
Absolutely.
But you don't enjoy it.
Can't miss that food.
Those are great. By the way, for more on these holiday hacks and recipes and some more as well, you can go to our website, today.com/food. Third hour of Today, right back after this.
Those were good, Joy.
the third hour of today, actor Rosamund Pike is live in Studio 1A.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Eric Stonestreet with a look at the new season of the Santa Clauses.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al, you're all of our heroes. Y'all love Al Roker. Today, Emmy-winning actor Eric Stonestreet helps us kick off some holiday cheer. Plus, the internet sensation who dishes with some of the biggest stars, Terrell Grice. And matchmaker Devin Simone is back to solve your relationship dilemmas.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey guys, welcome. Friday, December 8th. Not that many Fridays till Christmas.
No, there really
not
aren't.
that many.
And this feels like kind of the holiday party weekend.
Yes, I know. Do you enjoy going to a holiday party?
I enjoy going to a holiday party. This weekend, I'm headed to Maine for where the whole town gets decorated.
I remember you went.
I'm going, and we're going to be gingerbread this year. I need to borrow George's costume.
So wait. So your family, you guys dress up as a family?
We dress up all as a family.
Okay.
Hal Hager is invited this year.
I'm so excited.
He gets to go.
So
He's
what
like,
happens?
Me, Mama?
Oh,
I'm
sweet.
Like, yes,
sweet
you get to
Hal.
go too.
So everybody dresses up?
Yes, the whole town is dressed up. You sing carols.
I love it.
Santa comes in on a little lobster boat. It's so fun. I'm looking forward to it.
That is going to be really, really fun.
What about you?
We're going to do pictures with Santa. There's some kind of winter, I can't remember what it's called.
Extravaganza?
It's something
is
on
it all
Sunday.
The way downtown?
No, but it's for the kids.
Oh.
So they decorate cookies and they see Santa. They do all the fun things. So we have that big
You
plan
have your
for
thing.
Sunday. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
that'll
very
be fun.
excited. All
Okay,
right.
so Candace Bushnell, the author of Sex and the City, which of course inspired the show Sex and the City, just announced a big new project.
Yeah, she's developing a dating series for women over 50, men and women over 50, called Is There Still Sex in the City? So this is an interesting premise.
Okay, so here it is. Ready? 4 friends in their 50s are looking for love in the city, right? But they leave their busy lives and head to the country chateau.
So there
really aren't chateaus in the country, but
there
this
are.
is Candace Bushnell's
Yeah,
vision.
exactly. So the friends out there will date all types. They'll try the boy toys. They'll try a senior, maybe romanced by a rich guy or a cowboy or whatever. All the choices.
Do we have anything to look at with this? No, we
don't know, but maybe trying something that you're not used to. Like, you know how Cher's dating that younger guy?
Yes.
Like, every phase of her life was somebody different. I think it is interesting because you're used to, this is my type, this is what I like. And when you step outside of your comfort zone and go, well, I don't know, maybe I do. Maybe that would be interesting
Well,
to date.
and also, don't you feel like dating, and I'm just dating one person, but I can imagine that dating now is very different than what dating in your 20s was.
Yes. Well, plus, I think it's simpler because you're not trying to be somebody.
Yeah.
You know what you want.
Yes.
You're not, I don't think at this point you're pretending or just trying to say like, well, somebody's better than nobody, which is, I think, what a lot of people do at some point.
Yes.
They're like, it's getting late. This is better than not having somebody, so I'll be with this person.
Yes.
But I think there's something cool about choosing and trying. Why not?
You're the chooser.
You're the chooser, Tracy Ellis Ross.
We like to quote her in every possible
yeah,
moment.
we do.
Okay, if you're looking for a holiday rom-com to watch this weekend, you might want to check this out. It's called A Cowboy Christmas Romance.
But it's not your typical Lifetime that just has like a quick peck on the, that's what Lifetime does. This is not that. This one is making headlines because it is the first Lifetime movie, Christmas movie,
wow,
that contains a
steamy moment. A steamy scene.
You know what I mean?
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. We saw a glimpse of that steamy scene.
We had Jana Kramer on, and she's the main character. She plays a real estate agent who goes back to Arizona. And there's some steaminess
Drama,
happening.
romance, and some steam.
Lifetime is all about having some hot stuff.
Well, I mean, if you look at what people are reading these days, it used to be that people would hide their 50 Shades in when I'm speaking for a friend, but would hide it in like an Economist, pretend they're
pretend you're
reading the
reading
news.
something fancy.
Now people are just reading Colleen Hoover left and right. Nobody's embarrassed about it.
Nobody is embarrassed.
Let's get into it.
But Lifetime, I think it's interesting. They said, we think that there's an audience out there that's hungry for grown-up romance. And we're looking forward to adding some smolder to the usual holiday sugar and spice.
Wow.
Smolder.
Smolder.
That's interesting. What do you think about a real steamy love scene like that?
I mean, you know me. I get kind of embarrassed. It depends who you're watching it with.
Right. That's a big part of it.
You don't want to get around with your mom and dad and watch the...
Get around.
You don't want to sit around the couch and the fire with mom and pops and watch the
Lifetime might surprise you because that's kind of like Hallmark. You're used to like a certain kind of movie, and then you're like, what is this?
Have you ever had that moment with your parents?
You have.
I know I have. I'm asking you.
No, I don't. I haven't ever had that. I didn't never have that moment with my parents.
It's really awful.
Uncomfortable?
Really just
awkward.
Awful. Everybody's uncomfortable. Actually, probably the parents aren't, I can't.
Maybe they are. I think
even
it's
now when we watch like Elf and they kiss, Mila's like, oh!
I know. Kids hate any kind of contact like that.
They do.
They do. They don't like it.
Because they like it.
All right. Should we talk about potato chips? This is very important. There is a TikTok video that's out suggesting that we may be eating Pringles all wrong.
What?
Okay, let's have our Pringles. Okay,
Thank
Brian.
you so much, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
Pizza flavor?
Okay, wait. It says here you should, rather than eating them curved side down. What?
Huh?
You mean like this?
Let's just see how we would normally eat it.
I would normally like this. Huh?
Well, I did it right with the curve up.
Curve up?
I always eat it like that.
Why?
Because they come out of the can like that.
No.
Yeah, they do. Yes, they do.
Wait, let me see.
No, you don't flick it over like that. You put your hand in.
Look.
Is that the grab you usually go for?
Yeah.
That's a stack.
But wait, isn't this more the shape of your mouth?
No, but look.
This way. Right?
I go like this.
What way should we do it?
This way.
No.
Like your mouth.
No, your mouth isn't like that.
Do you smile?
I'm frowning.
Yo, why does it matter, though? That's the question.
More seasoning.
Oh.
Isn't there the same amount of seasoning on the front and the back?
No, but your tongue gets more of it. Oh. They're right.
For testing purposes, I'm glad we figured that out.
Me too. All right.
Thank you. Okay. My time too. You always need the weekend here stat. Okay, coming up next. Are you single and ready to get back out there and mingle?
Our dating expert has some advice when we solve your relationship dilemmas after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody,
it's Today. Like
I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
All right, it is time to help out some of our viewers in a segment we like to call
Hoda and Jenna's relationship dilemmas. Here with some dating advice is our friend and dating expert, Devin Simone from 3-Day Rule Matchmaking.
Hi,
That is-
Devin.
Hi,
How are you?
All right, let's get started. You're so good with these, so let's start with Alec from Staten Island. He's got a question about privacy.
So my fiance and I, we have cameras in our house that, normally are meant to keep an eye on our pets. But sometimes when she's not home, she'll watch the cameras and kind of call me out and get annoyed at things I do. So what should I do?
Yeah, look, pet cameras are great, but they were meant for your pets, not for your partner. Privacy is really important. You guys are a partnership and a team, but you're also individuals. So I would communicate to her, A, that it makes you feel uncomfortable, then B, express you'll try to stop doing some of the things that annoy her within reason, depending on what it is. And then also know that your pet cameras generally have settings that you can toggle off so that when you're home or in a room, they're not actually running and watching you, because that's weird. Don't do that to
So
your
she
partner.
says, like, you're annoying me when you sit on the couch when you should have been
He's like, don't eat the food on the couch.
Don't eat that. Why were you doing that? Yeah, that's not
We got to
good.
turn the pet camera
No,
off.
no,
Turn that
no.
camera off.
Yeah.
Unless Hollywood Hager's in the room, it's off. Okay, coming next. Christy from Las Vegas has a dilemma about her dating demure.
I recently had a friend tell me that I do not appear to be approachable to men. Can you please tell me how to make myself more approachable?
Oh.
That's actually a common.
It is. Have you guys heard of RBF, resting bitter face? Where you think you look normal.
We have heard of it, but good job changing it.
There we go. Yes. So that's totally a thing. The good news is it's easy to become instantly more approachable. One, body language, right? You want to sit up, shoulders up, right? Headlights out, and then you want to smile, make eye contact, because generally people move away from faces. Yeah, not creepy smiles that look like I don't know, but a nice soft smile. And if you need to practice in the mirror a little bit, then you can. Not you guys, but in general, you need to practice in the mirror a little bit. It's okay, but that'll make you more approachable. Closed body language. You may think you're smiling, but if you're side-eyeing someone, that's saying, "Get away from me. I don't want to talk to you. Not come over and let's chat."
I sometimes think we're unaware of our expressions because
Totally.
someone's like, "Oh, you didn't like it?" I'm like, "No, I loved it." Like, what did you not see here?
I was on a Zoom the other day and forgot my camera was on, and someone was talking, and then I looked and saw my face in the corner, and
you were
perked
like,
back. I was
you were like,
"Oh,
wow,
sorry."
that's
You were just listening, but you didn't
but I was
mean-
making kind of some side eyes, and I didn't mean to.
Body language, like I'm always like this because we're cold.
Yes.
But that seems like
that's
I'm
telling
closing
something.
off. It's saying, go
All right,
away.
let's talk about Jonathan from New York. He's got a holiday dilemma.
My girlfriend and I celebrate different holiday traditions, and I feel like recently we've been celebrating her traditions and not mine. Do you have any advice for me?
That's a common question.
Yeah, it is a common question. Communicate. I know I sound like a broken record, but we're people, not mind readers. So one, express, hey, I'm feeling like I'd like to incorporate more of my traditions into our celebrations. And then maybe pick 3 of your favorites and plan activities around them so you're doing them together and they're engaging and it's a little bit more fun involved. And if your partner really loves you, then they're going to want to be involved and connect with you in that way.
Yeah.
Okay, we have one more question. Tanya from Orlando, Florida needs advice about entering a new chapter.
I'm a single mom to 3 daughters. I have been single for 10 years, and I wanted to know if you have any tips for me on how I can get back into dating.
That's a very
First of all,
common.
I love once you speak it out loud, like I'm getting back into dating. That's a big first step.
It is.
Sometimes you just think about it and don't.
Even doing that.
Yeah, that was big. Okay, so now what?
Good on her. So use this acronym GOAT. It's a terrible one, I know. It's just follow me here. So G, go easy on yourself because it is a big deal. You don't have to rush. It's okay. Then O, create opportunity. I know there's a C in there. Forget about it.
Opportunity.
Create opportunity. And so that means whether it's
Online.
once a week, you're going to go out online. online, starting a dating profile. That is how a lot of people meet nowadays. Ask yourself questions. Check in. Did I have fun on that date? Did I have fun with that person? Did I feel comfortable and safe? You don't have to date someone just because they want to date you.
Right.
And then treat yourself. Celebrate yourself because you're doing something big. And if you keep rewarding yourself, it A, enforces the behavior of being consistent, but B, it keeps you in a happy, positive space, which you deserve to be in, but also it's the most attractive quality.
And also tell your friends that you're really looking. Because your friends know you really well, and they might come upon somebody and just say, because I get why it's intimidating. Where are you going to go and try to meet someone if you haven't been in the dating world for 10 years? You're like, I'm not going to sit in a bar. You feel, you want someone to, help you out, help you out along the way. Yeah.
Are you talking to me?
I feel guilt coming from you.
Okay, if you ever, I'm still working on it. Not that Mr.
By the
Right
way,
takes a.
I have to say, when you work on something, she works very hard. She really does. And the timing is always right. I've seen you help other people in many, many, many different ways. So I know that my turn is coming.
On it. Yeah, I talk about it often, but I've got to find the right person.
You're right.
All right, if you have a relationship dilemma, remember, you're the chooser. If you have a relationship dilemma, let us know about it. Head to hodaandjenna.com and hit the connect button.
Coming up next, the Santa Clauses are coming to town. Emmy winner Eric Stonestreet tells us all about it. Coming up right after this. Eric Stonestreet is an Emmy-winning actor, best known for his hilarious, sharp wit on the hit sitcom Modern Family.
Yeah, now Eric is bringing the humor back to TV, playing a mad Santa named Magnus, going after the job of Tim Allen's Santa Claus on the second season of The Santa Clauses. Take a look.
All due respect, you're at my desk. No, this is my desk. Actually, my name is right there. It says Santa, not weird, ancient creep.
Well, joke's on you, because I just used my Santa magic, which I have, because I'm the one true Santa, to adjust the nameplate. So you have just affirmed that it is, in fact, my desk.
Great. I already like it.
Oh my gosh, we're
20 seconds. Welcome. Okay, we want to talk about the movie in a second, but can we talk about your Modern Family reunion?
It looks so good.
Come on.
It's fun, right?
What was it like?
Well, that group of people hadn't been together since we wrapped. I hadn't seen the kids since we wrapped, so it was great to see them. And then everybody thought Ty died because of the picture we were holding up of him in the flowers. And we didn't realize it at the time, but it did kind of look like a memorial.
Yeah, you were like, he's not gone.
We're all in black.
All in black.
Yeah.
Was it like old times?
It is, that's the great thing we had with that show is we all got along so great and we all loved each other so much. So it was just like, you know how it goes.
Yeah, there was something about it that felt almost magic.
Yeah.
Like most shows don't take off like that.
Yeah. Oh, you mean Modern Family?
Yeah.
Or that night? I was going to say it was okay. It wasn't quite magic.
It wasn't magic. But the show,
the show was
it
magic.
was about all of you together and your chemistry, which is really remarkable.
We had a great time.
Okay, can we talk about you becoming a meme?
Yes.
Yes.
You have become a very famous meme because people are using one of your photo shoots.
Yes, from a long time ago.
And writing hilarious captions like this. Me waiting for my bartender to look at me so I can order my drink. Or me when the flight attendant passes out snacks so she sees I'm awake and doesn't forget to give me my little bag of pretzels. Okay, and you joined the meme by writing this. Just making every face I can think of to make this 2011 shoot end.
Well, you know how it goes, right? You get in front of a camera and they're like, just give us some stuff. So
and you're like, I'm keep giving the same
stuff. Whatever I need to do to make this end.
Well, you are different because, mister, you just got engaged to your girlfriend,
Well,
Lindsay.
yes. Yeah, Lindsay.
You guys have been dating for a long, long time.
There she is.
How
That's a good
sweet are you
picture.
two? Tell us about wedding
Are y'all going to get
planning
married?
and life.
Yeah, eventually we're going to get married. We're building a house, and I think we want to the idea is to build a house and host a wedding and do a reunion with all the Modern family. I don't know how many times I can get all my crew to Kansas City, so we want to do something special.
So did you propose, or was it like things were just understood?
No, I proposed. I tricked her pretty good.
You did?
Yeah, I convinced her that a company was interested in us working together for an ad campaign. So we were doing a little test video, and I had the camera set up in front of her, and then in the middle of it, I just pulled out the ring. So it was all captured. So she was in hair and makeup. I got her all.
Oh, that was lovely.
And how did she react?
She said no. And then I talked her into it, and then it was great. It all turned out great.
Wait, so are y'all living in Kansas City?
I go back and forth as work, but it's been nice to. After the show ended, the pandemic, my dad's health declined. I just we lost him 2 years ago. It was just a really great opportunity to spend time at home again. I never knew that I would get to be home with and find those 2 years with my dad.
Wow.
Gosh, that must have been really important.
Awesome.
Time.
Yeah, it was great.
Really
It was
important.
great.
Okay, we've got to hear about your character, Magnus.
Magnus Andrews.
Tell us about Magnus. He
Well,
seems a little grumpy.
He's mad.
crabby.
He's the mad Santa. Well, he's been in a nutcracker for 400 and some years,
Yeah,
I
who
think.
could blame him?
Yeah, he's unstretched out. There's Fluffy, the great comedian. But I'm back to take the rightful place as Santa Claus. I was Santa Claus before Scott Calvin was, so I'm back, baby, and I'm going. I want my title. I want my throne. I want everything back.
Now, was that a lot of hair and makeup going on there? Was
It
that
looked like
what happened there?
I got about 45 minutes in the chair. I was talking the whole time. It's so embarrassing. I did this stop motion or whatever you call this, time lapse.
Yeah.
And then you just see me chatting the entire
Well, I think
time.
that just looks like you're a friendly fella.
Yeah, it
You're
does.
nothing like your character at all.
Right.
Oh my gosh, this
Look
is
at
a
that.
whole to-do.
This was a treat. I mean, I love putting on the costume. I love putting on the hair and makeup.
You do.
Oh, Jesse Tyler Ferguson, when I sent him a picture of me in the costume, he goes, "I know you're loving this, aren't you?" And I'm like,
Because is that your, like, you love
Well, I wanted to be a clown.
performance?
Yes, I wanted to be a clown when I was a kid. So when I got to play Fizbo on Modern Family, everybody was like, "Oh God, here he comes in his clown costume."
It was like a lifelong dream
So
realized.
when he sees me in that costume, he's like, "You just love all that, don't you?" I'm like,
Well, Eric, we love you.
Yes.
I'm so
Yeah,
happy
it's
you
great to
came
see you guys.
Thank you, Eric.
You can catch the second season of The Santa Claus is streaming now on Disney+.
I like that there's more than one. Okay, coming up next, the man behind the new Julia Roberts and Mahershala Ali film, Leave the World Behind, author Rumaan Alam. He's got some great gift ideas for the book lover on your list after this.
Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
Okay, when you need to get a gift for someone, you can never go wrong with a good book. So we thought, why not get some book recommendations from a best-selling author?
Rumaan Alam is the author of Leave the World Behind, which was a read with Jenna pick. By the way, just happened to have been turned into a Netflix film starring Julia Roberts and Mahershala Ali. Rumaan, first of all, wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, we knew your book was going to become a movie. We didn't know it was going to be starring Julia Roberts and Mahershala Ali. How did it feel to have them playing the roles?
I mean, it certainly doesn't get better. I think that, you know, to be able to have the trust when you work with performers at that level, and you just know that you're putting it in such capable hands. I mean, it's crazy. So many people have asked me, like, oh, did you have a fantasy cast in mind? And my answer is like, well, even if I did, I wouldn't have dared to go that high, right? Like, to go as high as Mahershala Ali and Julia Roberts. So, like, it's a great, great thing.
You got to celebrate this week by going to the premiere.
I did. We had the premiere in New York.
Getting crazy reviews.
It is,
I mean, I feel like a proud aunt or something.
You are.
I'm screaming for everybody to go see it, and I feel like as a writer, that must feel so good.
It's great. It's great. I think that there's a perception that the writer of an adapted work, a work that has been adapted by a different writer, Sam Esmail, who is the director who wrote the script, that there might be a feeling like, oh, they've taken your baby and they've done something to it. But I just haven't had that experience. I feel so proud of the finished movie. So I'm really happy.
I love what Julia Roberts said when she said that Sam asked her to read the book and said, you got to read it fast. And she said she started reading it and she could only read it during daylight hours. She's like, she couldn't handle because it was that kind of scary.
Yeah.
How was it, by the way, sir, to have gotten a cameo?
And can we thank Hoda for giving you that recommendation?
Hoda, you're going to have to manage my career from now on because you have good ideas.
I always believed, Jenna and I interviewed you a while back.
In 2020.
Yeah.
Via Zoom, so she is a psychic.
Yeah.
I did know that it would be the right thing. So what was your role? Tell us about your cameo.
So Sam Esmail, the director, very kindly asked my family to come out one day to where they were shooting on Long Island. He had this idea that it would be like, not a joke, not a gag, but like sort of like a private reference for him to have me present on camera.
There you are with your family?
With my whole family.
How cool.
And yeah, you know, we let the kids cut school because it's like, how many times in your life are you going to have the chance to like be in a scene with, you know, movie stars, you know, and it was there's my younger son who was very hungry the day we were shooting.
Okay, wait, it's that time of the year.
It is
We're
that time
book
of year.
gifting.
Yeah.
I actually text with you a lot about great book recommendations.
Yeah.
I've always picked his brain. So let's talk about your first recommendation for food lovers.
Yeah, so this is like the actual list of books that I am buying this season, to be clear.
Okay.
And Yossi's first cookbook is a book that my husband loved. He got really into baking during the pandemic. He's really good at it. These recipes you don't have to be a pro.
Yeah, that's
And you know what I mean? Like,
that.
Exactly. You can put something really sweet together in an afternoon, often based on what you already have in the pantry. And so anyone who like loves to cook, also, I hate looking at recipes on my phone.
Yeah.
Yes. No, it's so much better in a book.
Cookbook.
Get a cookbook. It's a great gift.
Next one up. For the pop culture lover, you've got a good one.
Yes, and I am the pop culture lover. So this is the book that I selfishly am buying for myself. Mary Gabriel is a brilliant critic and thinker. She wrote an incredible work of art history called 9th Street Women that I loved. And I'm really excited to see her turn her attention to Madonna.
Yes.
Like one of the most interesting figures from recent popular culture. So this is what I'm buying for myself, and that's what I'm going to read all winter long, you know?
This one I think looks great.
Oh.
This is for everybody.
Yes, this is for any reader. This is what I'm getting for my sister. My sister she's a physician, she has a real job. She always texts me and says like, what do I need to read this weekend? And I feel like this is the book. Melissa Rivero writes so beautifully with just the right twist of sort of humor and heart. It's a book about mother and daughter, which I think will really appeal to my sister. So it's called Flores and Miss Paula. This is my gift for my sister.
Oh, I love it, and it matches
really
your
for all
shoes.
people. And it matches my
love it.
shoes.
It does. All right.
Okay, book for teens.
My 14-year-old is a tough sell on books, not a huge reader, but this book is Mitchell Jackson's Fly is a really beautiful study of fashion in the world of sports.
Oh, that's cool. How cool is that?
It is a beautiful, beautiful book. You don't have to read it, but my hope is that he will look at some of the words, but it's just incredible photographs of really stylish
Cool. And
figures.
again, it matches your shoes.
And what's your final pick?
Final for the avid reader.
For the avid reader, my friend Lynn Strong, who's also a novelist, we read books together. And this is the book that I'm going to give her selfishly so that we can read it together and talk about it. Gabe Bump. It's called The New Naturals. I read his first book. I absolutely loved it. He's just a really gifted musical writer. And sometimes you just want that experience of a book that you really want to talk to somebody about, you know? And I feel like this is going to be that book that my best friend and I can get on the phone and just talk
did your best friend write the book Flight?
She did. Her name is Lynn Strong.
Lynn Strong. That's another book we can give to the writers.
Yes, incredible writer. And she is the person I talk to books about with you. I talk books with Lynn. Like, it's such a, like you said, if you love books, like this is what you do. You push them on people.
Yeah, you definitely do. I'm a book pusher.
Yes, she is.
We know that. Oh my gosh,
Thank you so
Rumaan,
much,
we
Rumaan.
adore
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Y'all watch Leave the World Behind or read it first. When you say read it first,
as you like. I'll leave it to you.
And you can find all of these recommendations plus Leave the World Behind at today.com/books. And the movie adaptation of Rumaan's novel is streaming now on Netflix.
Coming up next, get ready to meet your newest fave follow YouTube star, Terrell Grice, coming up after this.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking eggs and bacon? Hold on. I'm just going to say it. What? Badass.
Oh, thank you.
So do you think you'll act forever? Boom. We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
All right, if you love music as much as we do, you're going to adore our newest fave follow. His name is Terrell Grice. He's the host of The Terrell Show. It's become the hottest ticket on YouTube.
It sure is. Okay, we're going to chat with Terrell in a moment. But first, let's take a look at his incredible journey.
It's your boy, Terrell. Welcome back to my channel.
With his signature blue wall and some of the best vocalists in the world.
Whoa! Hold on!
The Terrell Show on YouTube has become a go-to destination for music's biggest talents. Host Terrell Grice uses his humor, positivity, and his passion for music to not only interview up-and-coming artists and icons.
Your story.
I'm like, people don't really know that much about it, but yeah.
Okay, we gotta get into this.
Yeah.
But also to get them to sing. And I mean sing.
Give me the chorus. You've gotta do it.
Never mind, I'll find someone like you.
But it wasn't always high notes for Terrell. 10 years ago, ready to change his life, he left his call center job in Orlando, Florida, and drove across the country to Hollywood with $300 to his name and a car he lived in once he got there. His determination earned him jobs in TV production before stepping in front of the camera to start his own YouTube show. Complete with a makeshift green screen and 2 kitchen stools, the goal throughout to shine a light on talented artists. And it caught on, with more than 1.2 million subscribers today. And now stars like Kelly Clarkson, Keke Palmer, and Kelly Rowland are stopping by and shining the light right back.
Oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm saying, but I'm saying it.
You ate that down, honey. It was so good.
You are amazing at this.
I'll always be here to tell you what light you are.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Hi, guys.
What a beautiful window into your life. I mean, I was just trying to think from your first guest to where you are today. I mean, who was your first guest, by the way?
My first guest was an R&B singer named Noah Barless. He was on a show called The Four on Fox way back in the day. And honestly, I did not want to be a host. I was never an interviewer. Like, I look at you guys, I'm like, you guys have such a hard job. How do you do this? And I was just talking about music direct to camera by myself.
Yeah.
And he calls up and he's like, can I talk about music with you? And I said, okay. You want me to ask you questions as well? Because I don't do that, but let's try it out. And I guess I'm still trying it out.
Well, but here's the thing. You have a natural curiosity and, as Kelly Rowland said, a beautiful light. And I feel like that is what people are attracted to, right?
So you're right about it. The thing that I love about the Terrell Show is I'm really a fan of all of these people.
Yeah.
I have a curiosity about everything from their first album to their last project. I want to know everything. And I try to do it in a way that, you know, brings the audience in as well.
I think what you're doing sitting in this chair opposite us right now is you're proving that sometimes you can go from nothing, $300 sleeping in your car, to being on a national television show and sitting in this chair. But what do you think it was that propelled you? Because many people find themselves in dire straits. They just can't figure out the way out.
You have to keep your head above water.
Yeah.
No matter what's going on around you, there could be a fire happening right here. I'm gonna be like, it's okay, because you have the heart for it. When I was driving from Florida to LA and it was in the middle of the night, I ran off of the road and I woke up from me hitting the median on my way to LA in Texas. And, you know, I could have been like, you know what? I should turn around.
Right.
I should go back.
This is too much.
This is too much. But I wasn't gonna let anything stop me. Never give up. That's my motto, no matter what's going on.
You know what's amazing is it seems like you have no fear, or you don't let fear and anxiety dictate.
That's better. Yes, that's more like it, because it is scary. You know,
I mean, you moved to a place, you were living in your car. You didn't have any money. You didn't know anyone.
Didn't know anybody.
And then also, once you could move out of your car, you were living in a hotel that was called the Murder Hotel?
That's what I like to call it. It's called, there's a whole documentary about it. I think it's called the Hotel Cecil or something. It was the cheapest hotel I can find, guys. It was like $25 a night. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can afford that. I should have just stayed in my car. It was awful in there. But in that hotel, I found a phone book. And I just, you know, was determined to never give up. And I was flipping through the phone book, looking at production companies and calling them, cold calling them, asking for a job.
Who said
anything?
Who said yes?
There was this lady who is a prop master for many different shows, and she said no at first. But she called me back at night when I was just laying, looking at the ceiling, just crying my eyes out. And she's like, you know what? There's something about you. Will you come see me in my office at 8:30 in the morning, and I'll see what I have for you. I showed up, and think like Devil Wears Prada. You guys know that movie? She barely said a word to me. She just escorted me to her warehouse, and she's like, organize my pillows.
Oh, jeez.
I don't even like.
There were a lot of
There
pillows.
was thousands of pillows.
That's not your thing.
It's not my thing.
You're like,
okay.
how am I supposed to organize things?
I could barely drive across the country without falling asleep. So I said, you know what, Terrell, just figure it out. I grabbed some baggies, a label maker, and just started going. 8 hours later, she comes in, she inspects my work. She says nothing to me for 8 hours. Comes in, expects to work, and she's like, pulls out a checkbook and just starts writing and hands me a check for $3,000.
My gosh. It's been like a jackpot.
2 days ago, I was, in my car, not knowing what to do. But that thing that told me to keep going and never give up, it paid off. And I like to say she's my guardian angel because after that, I was able to get my first apartment, figure out how to live here. And, you know, she helped me jumpstart my journey.
Well, we understand by that.
Yeah, we do.
You're amazing. And we are going to add you to our fave follows list.
I know.
Thank you.
We're going to keep watching as your
Yes.
star rises.
Yes.
You're an incredible human.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
thank you. Coming up next, we're playing Suddenly Santa, and who knows what kind of sweet surprise we have in store for one of our Plaza fans after this.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods. You deserve to be celebrated. Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al. Al, you're all of our heroes.
Yeah.
Y'all love Al Roker.
It's the holidays and snow is falling, so let's go snowballing. Hey, enough of this stalling. It's Suddenly Santa. Ho, ho, ho.
It is time for Suddenly Santa, and here to play is Amy Stringer. She's from Boise, Idaho. Mom, by the way, just celebrated her 40th birthday. Happy birthday. Amy's here with her posse, her husband Kyle, and her best friend Molly. Hi, guys.
Hi. Okay, Amy, we want you to win for your 40th. Okay, so this is what you have to do. You're going to stand behind that little candy kind line. You have all those snowballs. You're going to throw the balls into the buckets. You have 30 seconds. However, how many balls you get in equals the prize. So if you get one ball, here we go, 2, 3, 4. The boxes get cooler and cooler.
All right.
Sounds
so,
good?
Amy, I'm going to ask you to go to that candy cane line, and the time starts when I pull the candy cane lever. So excited. All right, and let it go, girl.
Go, Amy.
There you go.
Go,
You got
Amy.
it, Amy. You got it, Amy.
1.
Keep going, Amy.
2.
Go, Amy.
3.
Go, Amy. 4. Go, Amy.
5. 6. That's it. Amy, can you play any beer pong in your day? Maybe. I can tell.
Over, Amy.
Okay, Amy.
Right here.
You got one ball, then you got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
What is the prize?
Are you ready to see what you got? Okay, let's pull up the box. And in this hat and sunglasses means you're going on a trip. Announcer, tell us where she's headed.
You're headed on a 5-day, 4-night getaway for 2 to the luxurious Garza Blanca Resort and Spa in Los Cabos, Mexico. This all-inclusive resort includes an oceanfront suite, a beautiful rooftop pool and bar, and a world-class spa. Round-trip airfare included. Have a wonderful trip.
Wait a minute.
Okay, now here's the question. This is a Sophie's choice.
a tricky one.
You got your bestie and your husband. Who are you taking?
You don't need to decide in this moment.
You go ahead and decide in this moment.
I'm taking my husband.
Yes! Save the marriage!
All right. Congratulations, Amy.
Happy birthday.
Happy
Enjoy
birthday.
it. And we'll be back right after this. Here's your hat. Your husband was a good choice. I know.
That's going to do it for us. Next week, Glenn Powell and Sydney Sweeney tell us about their new rom-com.
Plus, Grammy, Emmy, and Tony winner Billy Porter joins us.
Also, Fantasia and Danielle Brooks from The Color Purple.
Oh my gosh, that'll be so much fun. Have a great weekend, y'all.
Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
We are dishing up an easy and cheesy meal. Check it out.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Quesadilla.
Quesadillas. Do you love quesadillas? Yum, yum, yum. Tonight's quesadillas, we're gonna have some peppers, onions. I had some leftover mushrooms. We've got carrots, zucchini. I have to be making it with ground turkey tonight. It's literally just quesadillas. Whatever you wanna put in it is fine. Ready to get started?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why do you like quesadillas?
Because we can have cheese in them.
Is it just a means of eating cheese?
Yeah.
You did pretty good. That's perfect. Here, let's cut up some zucchini and we'll try it again. I'll give you some strips to cut, okay? Yeah, what's your favorite food?
Fried rice.
Fried rice? Maybe we'll make fried rice one day. What do you think? While you do that, I'm going to peel the carrot, okay?
Who picks mushrooms?
Farmers.
Oh, for us?
Mm-hmm. So you like mushrooms?
Of course I do.
Ready to pull the stem out? Watch, you go like this. Just bend it over. That's a funny sound, huh? Nice. Slice them up nice and thin like this. Guess what time it is?
Huh?
It's onion time. So I'm gonna do this onion real quick, okay? See you later. Oh, what's a gross onion?
What's in that gross onion?
Look at that. All right, no onion.
Can I see Mama?
Want me to get you a taller ladder? Yeah.
With your ladder, okay? That's not loud.
I know, it wasn't that hot. Let's add a little salt and pepper. It's turkey.
Oh.
We're gonna use this instead of beef tonight because we had beef last night.
Did someone catch that turkey?
I think they caught the turkey, yeah. This on top.
That's not mine.
What do you think?
Yummy.
For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
There you go.
So I'm not really hiding veggies because obviously he was chopping them all for me. But you know, he normally would like a cheese quesadilla, but you throw in the veggies and he eats it. Yeah.
He's getting so big. I feel like behind the scenes, I'm telling Dylan, I'm like, oh my goodness, he's getting so big.
He's picking up skills now.
Yeah.
That's right. He's got skills.
I know.
Knife skills.
He's going to make you something now. This time we are making a dish that's been a hit in my family for years. Enchiladas with a twist. Watch this. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Enchilada food.
Enchilada food. All right, so this is your Aunt Jenny's recipe. She showed me this recipe when she first started dating Uncle Maytag. This is a really interesting recipe. I love it. We've got leftover chicken, some baked beans, green chilies, and we're gonna do some olives. Yeah, there you go.
Is this not the best kind of thing?
There we go. Slice. Slice.
Help me with this slice.
So let's set these aside and add these to our assembly line.
What's an assembly line?
An assembly line is how we set up all our ingredients so that we can make our enchiladas. I'm gonna do a tortilla.
Yay.
Okay.
2 tortillas? Why?
Because we're gonna fill up this baking dish.
And we have way more over there, right?
Yes, we do.
Guys, sprinkle it like
So-
you sprinkle it.
Yep. I'm gonna sprinkle the chicken. So we're gonna take a cream cheese. I'm gonna take one too. I'm gonna kind of break it in half a little.
Half.
Well, then we're just gonna layer it on top of the chicken. I'm gonna take a spoonful of yummy baked beans. That's a lot. Just spread it all out.
Drizzle it. When is the taste test? Yeah.
Nice, Cal. Okay, we're gonna lift this up. Tuck it under here.
Kind of like a taco.
Like a taco.
I always do it like that.
Then but we don't have to fold the ends in, okay?
Good, that's how I always do it.
Right into here. Tuck this under here. Okay, now roll it. Nice chop. And we'll transfer into here. I think we could fit like 4 more in here, right? Now, what do we need to put on top of enchiladas?
Sauce?
Enchilada sauce. I'm gonna put a hole in here, okay? Now, we're gonna pour this over here. What? Why isn't it coming out fast? Now watch what happens, okay? Ready? Whoa. Now everything in this is pretty cooked, so we just need it till it gets like a little crispy on the edges, nice and warm through. You ready, Cal?
Yeah. That was good.
Do you like it? It's yummy, right? It's so different.
Huh.
So you just watch a bit more. Head to today.com/foodie. All right, so I know people at home are watching this like, that is a weird
You can tell people what I said.
What do you think?
It makes sense. Yeah, look, the cream cheese replaces like regular cheese. You got the dairy, the creaminess. You'd put sour cream on or something like that.
The sweetness from the beans.
That's so it's all good.
So Al is pleasant. I was like, Dylan, this looks nasty. This is so good.
Very good.
No, I love it.
And I know you'd be honest.
I would be honest. This is like, I would want to make this like tonight, right?
Yeah.
And it was pretty easy, right?
It's
Bob,
so
if you
simple.
eaten these though,
I know.
So good.
by the end of the evening, it's going to be interesting.
Ah, that's funny. Can you just use like a rotisserie chicken?
I actually did just use rotisserie chicken.
Oh,
and then everything else is in a can. So
Perfect.
Really good, Dylan.
Jenny, thank you for that recipe from like 25 years ago.
This is really good.
I want to hear more about Maytag.
That's my brother.
Oh.
It's time for Cooking with Cal, and this time my little chef and I whipped up chicken parm with one secret ingredient. Ooh. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Chicken parm.
Chicken parm, yummy. First we're gonna prep the chicken, okay? What I need you to do is take this and pound them nice and flat. Not too hard. Over here. Over here. So let's make our breading. Here's the secret. What are these?
Crackers.
We're gonna use saltines. So before I put the crackers in the food processor, I want to use a little bit of Parmesan cheese. I'm gonna put in the breading. Pulse it. I should probably plug it in, huh? All right, put all these in there. Gonna sprinkle in some garlic powder. Gonna add a little bit of Italian seasoning. Let's put a little in, okay? Yeah, use too much. It's just seasonings and just a little extra salt, but we don't need much salt because of the saltines. Yeah, what do you think? You can taste it. Taste it again and tell me all the flavors you taste.
Cheese, garlic.
What else?
Seasoning.
Okay. Okay. Wow, good job! What are you doing to it?
Scrambling it.
Some garlic. Some pepper.
And what's this for?
This helps the breading stick on. All right, last one. We're going to fry up our chicken cutlets. Come on over here. Let's put them on like medium low. Oh, I thought you were eating a chicken. How's the cheese? Good.
Sometimes I go slow look.
They're getting there, yeah.
We're working busy.
We're working really busy. Okay, so let's put this here. We're gonna add deli mozzarella cheese, not fresh mozzarella, because it ends up being too watery. So now we're gonna pop this under the broiler until it's nice and bubbly.
We're done.
Yay! Okay. Should we have one more bite? You love it? For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. So there's a restaurant in Mansfield, Massachusetts. It's called Trattoria della Nonna. It's one of my favorites, and Chef Kenny gave me the secret of the saltines, and it's a game changer.
That's right. Well, you know, it's funny because Martha Stewart, in one of her books, talked about using it for crab cakes, and so then I started using meatloaf. You and Brian liked the saltine and the chicken parm for dating when you were dating, right? Wasn't that?
I did tell everybody that when Brian and I first started dating, that's all he would ever order at a restaurant was chicken parm. Like we'd be at like a nice fancy Italian restaurant, and he'd be ordering chicken parm.
You're married to a 12-year-old.
I was. Well, he was young. He wasn't 12. He was.
Pull up!
It's time for Cooking with Cal. We're making a family favorite, chicken piccata. It brings back some great memories because I've been making this for Calvin for a very long time. Watch. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Chicken piccata.
Chicken piccata. Back when you were 3 years old, okay, we used to record these videos where you would tell people what you were eating. And this was one of my favorites from back then. Hey, Cal, what's for dinner?
Chicken piccata.
What is that?
Lulu, carrots, and chicken. Capers.
Is there garlic in there?
Yeah, but I take them all off.
So now we're gonna tell people how to make the recipe.
Yeah.
Okay?
All right, first things first, we're gonna season up the flour that we're gonna dip our chicken in, okay? What?
Can I dip this in?
Now we're gonna use granulated garlic. Sprinkle a whole bunch of this. We wanna season this up nice, right? Because it's just boring flour. Put a lot of salt in here.
How much salt?
Yeah, about that much. Not too much pepper.
Oh, that's a lot.
It's okay. Okay, stir this gently.
Is that garlic powder again?
Pepper.
Again? I'll take the fork.
I'll put this in.
Yes.
And now, swoosh the flour over.
I'll bury you so you can't get out. So don't do that. Scoop!
We're gonna cook that in a second, but before we do that...
Garlic?
Yes.
Yeah!
Good job. Let's do the lemon first, okay?
Hiya.
It's okay. We just don't want the juice, we just want the capers. Wow, this is gonna take a long time. 5 capers.
Do you have to do all of them?
I want like half the jar.
Aww.
Now we're gonna cook the chicken, okay? We're gonna do a couple good glugs of olive oil here.
Wow. I like that. It's not splashing.
Oh, it's gonna like pop. All right, so our chicken's all cooked. We're gonna add a little bit more olive oil. So let's do this first. Burn.
But I can't have one. I can't have soda. Why lemon juice?
Because it adds a nice little tang. Now you can add your chicken broth. I'm not gonna do it all though. Okay. This pasta water is always good in sauces. All right, final touch. Butter.
Now can I go?
Give them a flip. No, now we're gonna taste it. You ready?
This is a really tasty dinner. That's a tasty dinner.
For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
That's a tasty dinner.
Oh, so adorable.
He still has the same catchphrase.
Such a little
Tasty
character.
dinner.
That's a tasty.
So
this
I
is
realized,
yummy.
Thank you. I realized when I posted this 2 or 3 years ago, that I never gave the recipe for it. So now we finally got to make it together.
This is really good. Honestly, I really love the noodles.
Well, thank you.
Like the flavor.
It's the
of it.
sauce, it's the lemon, everything.
Way to go, Cal.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
this is a win.
Guys. And thanks, Katie, for recreating our meal.
family's go-to weeknight meals. It's so easy, it's so quick. We call it green noodles. Okay. Take a look. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal with special guest, Ollie. What are we making today?
Green noodles.
Green noodles. And the thing that's so awesome about green noodles, it literally takes 10 minutes to make. It's a perfect weeknight meal. It's a perfect meal when you guys are busy, right, with after school things. And we love to make this one at the house. So, first things first, you know what these are?
Nuts?
Yes, do you know what kind of nut? These are
Butterfly nuts.
They look like butterfly nuts. We're gonna toast it, and I'm gonna show you how the taste is gonna change. Let's go toast these up.
One by one?
No, the whole thing. All right.
Mommy, are we having green noodles for dinner?
All right, well, those are toasting. Let's get our garlic ready.
Okay.
Remember how to smash garlic?
The garlic hurt your eyes. They're gonna cut your finger off.
I'm not gonna cut my finger off. Very careful. Okay, perfect. Now we're gonna saute that up just like that, okay? Okay, just gonna saute these up a little bit, okay? So once our garlic is sauteed, I'm gonna put that little bit of oil and these garlics right into the blender, okay? So in the time it takes the noodles to cook, we're gonna be done with our sauce, okay? So here's what we're gonna do. I want you to cut a couple nice big chunks. This is pecorino. It was easy. This is pecorino romano. All right, Ollie, you wanna put the chunks in the blender? However you want.
Oh.
Not on you, in the blender, silly.
Can I throw this one in?
Yeah! Nice. Good job.
The rest.
All right, let's just add a little salt.
Oh, so now
a little pepper.
Can I do?
Yep. I think we're running low on pepper, so go for it. Okay, that's good. We're gonna use the whole thing, but let's put a whole bunch in to start.
What the? Well, this is tall.
Okay, let's leave that.
This
Ready?
is the best olive oil.
This is from Italy.
Oh.
Okay. That's how we make green noodles. So smooth and so yummy and green.
It's so green.
It's so green. Pretty, right? All right, should we get a fork and try it?
Yeah. Are we done?
That's it. How easy was that? Should we try?
Is it hot?
It's hot.
Mmm.
You love it? Mm. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. His mouth is full. This is a fun.
Terrific.
This might be one of my favorites of all time.
It makes me so happy.
You see, all three of us were like,
"Oh, it's great."
This is great because it was
Really
literally
good.
something I made. My kids don't like regular pesto; it's strong.
Yeah.
But this is just stuff we had in the house, so we threw it in a blender.
Terrific.
There you
Really
go.
I love to see Ollie involved too. Way to go, Ollie.
Ollie was a little grumpy that day, so
okay.
Ollie we had to.
He's a little cutie.
Ollie.
He's like talent. He's like real talent. Adult
Just like me.
We are whipping up a Sicilian staple that will feed the whole family twice.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Pizza.
No, it's called Scacciata.
Scacciata.
It's kind of like a meat pie. Normally, it's the perfect thing to have on football Sunday, and I don't add all these vegetables, but since we're gonna eat this for dinner, we're making a little bit healthier. Just a little bit, okay?
Just like one bit.
Your favorite. No, remember we have a trick. Look, we're gonna put a wet paper towel. Done. I'm ready to peel the carrots. Good job. Okay. Zucchini time, zucchini time.
Oh, that was easy.
Cool. Nice. Cut as close to the edge as you can. All right, now let's do the garlic. So we're gonna cook this cow on a nice low heat because we don't want it to get crispy. We want it to get nice and soft. So we're gonna use two types of cheeses. We've got Pecorino Romano and we've got Provolone. So instead of grating this, we're gonna cut it super small and then it's all gonna melt nice in the oven. Right now, since the veggies are nice and soft, we're gonna add the pork. We're adding 3 pounds of pork. It sounds like a lot, but this is actually one of those recipes that if you just make all of this, you can freeze half of it. So the next time you make it, you just have to buy the pizza dough and the filling's already made.
Are we like making real pizza?
Well, we're making scacciata.
Scacciata.
Say it like real Italian, like
Scacciata.
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 Rub all that oil in.
With what?
With your hands.
Is this how you really do it?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Can I taste it?
It's olive oil.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
I dropped a cow. No!
Okay, now I'm just gonna drain some of this liquid and add the rest of the ingredients.
But I'm not doing anything else. Oh, all of it? Like all it's all to the top?
All right, can you dip that cheese in here? Perfect. Just like it. All right, so I'm gonna spread this all over. Not all the way to the edge, because we're gonna roll up the edge, okay? I'm gonna take the top dough.
That's mine.
Ooh, a thumbs up. I love it. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/. Yay, remembered.
Aww, that's so cute.
A cameo.
He's getting ready. He's been expressing interest in cooking more. You know, I made brownies the other day. He wanted to stir it. And, you know,
co-stars.
I know.
First of all, the recipe looks yummy. And there are a lot of people like me who are like, Cal's getting so big. Like his conversation.
You haven't seen him in a few months. And
wow.
he's legit now. But this is like one of those recipes where you can hide the vegetables for the kids. And it's like pizza, but you don't feel so.
You feel good about it. There you go. I'm a morning person. I love the morning, and I love sharing that joy with our audience. You make a choice to spend time with us, and that's very special.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
So since Calvin was a baby, I've always loved the idea of making homemade baby food. So in my search for recipes online, I came across this Instagram feed, Baby Foodie, and it's run by a fellow mom, Michelle Olivier. And Michelle uses the same ingredients to make purees for your baby, and she also makes healthy dishes for your toddlers using the same stuff. So we can put them in fun bento boxes, which I'm also obsessed with right now as we think about back to school lunches. So for this week's edition of Cooking with Cal, I dipped into Michelle's recipes and whipped up lunch for both Calvin and Ollie.
It is time for another edition of Cooking with...
Mom, I have a big potato.
It's another edition of...
We can make that as a sweet potato.
It's another edition of Cooking with...
Don't you use these things because why we have to use these things?
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. So all over my Instagram feeds, I see these adorable bento boxes. And if your kids are going back to school or if they're doing school from home again, I think filling up the bento box is a fun way to give your kids some lunch. When I cook for Calvin, I like to also turn it into a puree for Oliver. So this is going to be an awesome hummus veggie dip for Calvin, and it's going to be a nice hummus with veggies for Oliver. First things first, we have to peel the sweet potato and peel the carrots. Sweet potatoes done. Lots of carrots.
Like a bunny, right?
You are like a bunny. So these are really hard, right? Should we make them nice and soft?
Yeah.
Let me show you this cool tool we're gonna use. Whoa, what is that? So I got the carrots and the sweet potato in a steamer basket in a pot filled with like 2 inches of water. Put the lid on. Let this cook for about 12 to 15 minutes until everything is nice and soft. We're gonna cut some shapes out of the pita, and then we'll have some homemade pita chips. Nice! Oh, that's cool. Look at that. Okay, now we're gonna brush them with a little bit of olive oil, okay? We're gonna pop these in the oven until they're nice and crispy. All right, almost off. These are nice and tender. Time for the blender. The carrots and sweet potatoes in the blender. I'm going to add some chickpeas and puree Oliver's first, and then I'll add some seasonings to make Calvin's dip. I'm going to set some of this aside, and this will be for Oliver, and then we'll finish Calvin's.
Shall we clean up this mess?
So we've got our dip, got some stars, some cheese and turkey. And for dessert, some raspberries stuffed with chocolate chips. What do you think?
Yum!
You love it?
Taste yours and taste us.
What do you think? For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
Bye.
If there's a casting agent, can you just quit this and go be like a... These are the cutest kids. I can't just give birth to all.
You could start a whole cute little army. Golly.
I love doing those bento boxes. And Michelle is sharing more recipes with us on our Instagram. Calvin and Oliver love all of her recipes, really. So head to today.com/food. And the bonus recipe is a beet hummus, which you just kind of throw in some beets to it, too, which makes it nice and pink. So if your kids don't like certain colors for their dips, I think...
And the bento boxes, is that how you say it, bento boxes? They look so appetizing.
They are.
Right?
To the point, it's like a grown-up Lunchable.
Yes.
You know, and you just want to eat all the little surprises that are...
It's good. Love it.
All right, on this edition of Cooking with Cal, we're making popcorn. You know, it's a super simple, easy snack. If you have the ingredients, you can make it anytime. And it's perfect to enjoy with your little ones at home. Take a look. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Popcorn.
You want to make popcorn?
Yeah.
So this is the easiest recipe in the world, okay? But there's a secret. So my grandpa Ben, he lives in Nevada. He's not really my grandpa, but we called him Grandpa Ben. His secret was peanut oil.
That's not even a secret.
Why? Because we just told everybody? Yeah, good point. Let's go. Let's make some popcorn. We're gonna switch over here.
Pop, banana, pop.
Okay,
Pour
so
it.
we're gonna pour just enough to coat the bottom of the pan. We don't want a lot, just so it coats
It's like
the
you
bottom.
can't see it.
Now we have to wait, okay?
Wait, patient. Let's see which one wins.
When do you think it's gonna happen?
That side.
That side? Okay. Smells good.
Oh,
that was cute. Okay,
why do you put it back on? It didn't pop.
because now they're gonna pop like crazy. I'm running out of room in the pot. What's gonna happen? What? Oh my goodness. Okay, you turn it off at just the right number of pops. Look at that. Woo, careful, it's super hot over here, okay? Well, first we have to put some butter on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Daddy likes to use tub butter, whipped, salted, because it makes the best butter when it's melted. Let's start with 30 seconds.
Why do we do that?
Why? It's like mixing a salad. Okay, taste it. Does it need more salt? What do you think? A little bit more? And since we're using salted butter, we don't have to use as much salt, even though it looks like we used a lot of salt. Now,
We got more salt.
oh, good, thanks. What do you think? More salt or not more salt? Oh, that feels pretty good.
Watch a movie, guys.
You wanna watch a movie?
Yeah.
All right. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
Food. Nice.
Love it.
I love it. We were just talking about what you can do with your kids, right? Remember I was saying it only takes a few minutes and then they're good?
Hear the way Calvin laughed, like just watching the lid pop off the top. I mean, that's all it takes.
Yep.
It's
It's
an
like the
easy,
theme of the
easy
day.
recipe,
And then you
but-
got the tequila and the Jamesons in the corner there. And
That's
the-
for her.
That
There's a little
that was
something.
related.
Tito's back there.
Oh, the kids have
We
popcorn.
couldn't hide everything, so yeah.
Nice tequila in the background.
You did ask, can you not use peanut oil? I know you have peanut allergies in your family. Like a
You can use
canola
canola
oil would
oil.
work.
Sure.
Peanut oil just adds a nice
Taste.
flavor if you can do it. But. Another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Roast beef.
Roast beef treats. Say it 10 times fast.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I've definitely told you about these on the show before, but I've never actually made the recipe, and what better way to make it than with Calvin. It's super easy. It's 4 ingredients and it's a perfect football snack. Should we make some crostini?
You just want to cut these nice and thin because we're going to toast them up and you don't want them to be too hard to bite into. All right, so I need you to help me lay these all out on the tray. And I'm going to drizzle with some olive oil.
Why do we eat that?
It makes it taste delicious. A little sprinkle of salt. I'm going to put these in a 400-degree oven. They'll take just a couple minutes. Do not walk away. They will burn quickly. I've learned that lesson. All right, so while we're waiting for those to toast, what are these?
Pepper?
Yes! You're not a fan, are you? We're just gonna slice these into nice little strips.
Don't put it on mine, okay?
I won't put it on yours. Do you want to cut some of these for me?
Yeah, with my knife.
Nice little toasts. I'll use a Calvin plate?
Yeah.
All right.
That's nobody's else's plate. No one can use my plate. Why are we putting this on my plate?
That's what we're gonna serve it on. All right, so now all we have to do is assemble. We're gonna take one of these, we're gonna put the cheese, a little roast beef, and a little roasted red pepper on top.
Don't put it on mine.
Okay. Take a chunk and wipe it off onto the toast. And then you spread it.
I'm not doing that, but that's you.
Yeah, but I've had a lot more practice. Let's add the roast beef.
Put that on mine, put that on mine.
You take a little bit and just pile it on top.
No.
There we go.
What? This is crazy.
Why?
Because we put this on the cheese. Weird.
This is your dad's favorite football snack.
He always wants these?
Mm-hmm. Can't make it all the time, right?
No, just sometimes.
Sometimes. So roasted red pepper on top of each one. We'll leave these for you, okay?
Yeah. I'm just gonna have these.
Here, help me put these all on this nice little Calvin dish.
Mine are good.
Wow, you did such a good job.
And
in there. And here's the finishing touch, okay? A little bit of coarse salt. Do you want pepper?
Yeah.
And we're done.
That was quick.
Super quick. Can we eat one right now?
Just one?
Yeah, we'll eat one right now. How's that sound? Cheers. For this recipe and more, head to today.com/food. Bye-bye.
All right, it is time for Cooking with Cal. And everyone has that food that just sort of takes you back to your childhood. And this recipe, well, this is the one that does that for me. My little chef and I fished out an old family recipe.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Tuna doodle salad.
Tuna doodle salad. This is a recipe my grandmother always used to make in the summertime. So all we have to do first is boil up these noodles, but we need some hot water to do that, right? So let's go turn the water on. And I boil the water. I like to put in a lot of salt.
That's gonna be so salty.
It is. It's gonna taste like the ocean. All right, let's go chop our veggies. Want to use your new peeler? Okay, don't go too close to your hand, okay? Whoa. Right there. Remember, hold it up at an angle. Yes! You did it all by yourself! Super.
I know how to cut.
Yep, it's super, super thin, okay?
That's a little thick.
Cool. Good job. Let's put our noodles in. I'm using, do you know what they call these?
No.
What do they look like? Does it look?
A roly-poly shell.
It does look like a roly-poly shell. And you know what they call these?
What?
Shells.
Like celery and tuna.
That works out good because we're putting tuna in the salad. Do you know what these are called?
No.
Scallions. See, they kind of smell like onions, right? But they don't hurt your eyes. All right, let's pop all this in. We're finally done chopping. What's in here?
Tuna.
Tuna!
Tuna salad.
We're making tuna salad. It's basically we're making tuna salad, but then we're going to add noodles to it. Pop this in here. Okay, what do you think we need next?
I said noodles.
Noodles, and how about some mayonnaise? So we're gonna add a lot of mayonnaise just because I have a lot of noodles to put in here. Let's add a little salt and pepper. All right, let's see if the noodles are done. Can you taste it? Are they done yet?
Yeah.
Something about the noodles in this just makes it so, so yummy. And then we'll put it in the refrigerator and let it cool down. All right, pop it in the fridge.
Pop, pop, poppy, poppy, pop. Can I touch the noodles? Can I touch the noodles?
We're on tropical salad.
Is it warm?
Oh, it's cold. It's been in the refrigerator. Do you like it? Want it for lunch?
Sure.
All right. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. He's out.
He's turned into such a big boy.
That's right.
He has. And I know I poured the hot noodles into cold mayonnaise, and I know some might find that gross, but
you're like, hey, that's how my grandma made it.
Yeah, that's how my grandma made it.
It was an extra step. I mean, my mom would do the same thing,
Yes.
but an extra step. She'd just rinse them, let them cool,
Which,
and then put
looking back, that could have worked just fine.
I'm sure it tastes
It's
just
an
delightful.
But it tastes
Hey,
great.
and by the way, congratulations on the award you guys got.
Oh, the Taste Award. It was such a shock. We didn't even know that we were going to be, it wasn't that we were nominated, we were just awarded this award from the Taste Awards, and it was for Best New Breakout Foodie of the Year.
so cute.
Nice.
So Amy Schumer also was given an award.
That's amazing.
Good company.
And good company.
And she knows about mayonnaise.
There you go. I enjoy seeing the different utensils that you're using with Calvin.
We
because-
just gave him a sharp knife, but he's got that shield.
finger guard.
Yeah, the finger guard to protect
That's
his
brilliant.
fingers, so.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
It's time now for Cooking with Cal. My little baker and I are spilling our secrets on my tried and true chocolate chip cookies. Take a look.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. And what are we making today?
Chocolate chip cookies.
Okay, so I know everyone has their own chocolate chip cookie recipe. This is one I've been trying to perfect for years. So instead of using just regular flour, I'm going to use half regular flour and half cake flour. All right, so we already have the regular flour in here. We need to add the cake flour.
I don't know, it's cake flour,
I don't
right?
think anybody likes to eat plain flour. So let's fill this up to a cup. Pour that in?
No, we have to flatten it.
So we're not gonna flatten it this time because I like to put a little bit extra flour because it makes it a bigger, fatter cookie. Cool. Let's add salt.
Already? Wow.
You know what this is?
Baking soda.
Good job, buddy. Wow. You just want to get it combined, so the salt and the baking soda and the flour. Just combine, but keep it all in the bowl, okay? All right, here's secret number 2. Instead of all butter, we're going to use half butter and half vegetable shortening. Even though it's equal parts sugar and brown sugar, you use a little extra brown sugar than regular sugar. And I think you just stole my little extra sugar.
That's okay, right?
Come on, count with me.
1, 2, 3.
That's sugar. You know what this is?
Vanilla. I just think we spill the extra.
Not too strong first. Just let it get combined. There we go. Get ready to dump those eggs in.
Then I can have a lot.
Well, not a lot, because there's raw eggs in here.
Then it's gonna be yummy.
A little bit. Which part of the chocolate chip cookie recipe don't we have in here yet?
Chocolate chip.
Yeah. See how fluffy it is? So I don't know if this is quite a secret, but we could call this secret number 4. I like to leave a big blob of cookie.
Blob.
Big blob, right? Secret number 5. You have to put these in the refrigerator for at least an hour so they harden up nicely, and then they go right from the refrigerator into the oven. My last secret is they go in a 375-degree oven for exactly 14 minutes. Even if they don't look done, you take them out.
Yummy.
What do you think?
Good.
You love that? For these recipes and more, head to
data on Stonestreet.
I trained him well.
So cute. Okay,
so I am very particular about my chocolate chip cookies. These ones, although I made them Sunday, so they're not as fresh and they're better warm.
It's a good cookie.
But it's like fluffy on the inside, crispy on the outside. I know.
I would buy these.
Particular. You would.
Yeah, they're that good.
Or I could just make you some more.
This was really good, Dylan.
I'm glad you like it.
And you're so particular about your chocolate. People don't realize, like, she does not share the chocolate chip cookie recipe.
I know. I'm happy to put it out there.
You're a giver.
I am. So
This
try
is
it.
really
See what you
good.
like, tweet me. Put it on Instagram. I don't
Really
know.
good.
Let me know what you think of this.
Calvin and I decided to make one of our favorite Italian desserts with a kid-friendly twist. Take a look.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Tiramisu, baby.
Tiramisu. It's actually full of coffee. So we're gonna make your version with some chocolate milk.
Yeah.
Are you so excited? All right, so first things first, let's make the filling. Do you remember to crack eggs? Crack that into the bowl, please.
Oh no, what's that mean?
There we go.
That's not my best egg.
Not your best. No. There we go. There we go. Well done.
This egg and who?
One.
4, 5.
Cool. You like the sugar? Now we're gonna use a special kind of cheese. It's called mascarpone. It's like an Italian cream cheese. Get started. Okay. So that's our filling. Now we're gonna make the cake part. Made some coffee earlier, so I'm gonna use coffee. All right, I'm going to add a little bit of coffee liqueur. You can also use rum or brandy. You're gonna use milk and chocolate. I'll pour that in. I'll tell you when. Oh, I meant I'll tell you when to stop. Okay, go ahead. Give a good couple of squirts. That's good. Mix it together. You take a couple packs. I'm gonna take a couple packs. Why do you think they call them lady fingers?
Because they're tiny.
And they look like fingers. Put this in here.
Put this in here.
Okay. Now you don't want it to get too wet, okay? Okay, now take it out and lay it down like I did mine. Make sure you get both sides. I'll put a little bit of mine on here. Just spread a nice layer.
Oh yeah. Buka bako, mi camo camo.
Now let's do our next layer of ladyfingers. I think we have just the right amount of milk here. So did you like tiramisu when you had it in Italy?
Loved it.
Yeah.
Let me look.
Good job, Calvin.
It's not enough.
It's a dusting. Put this in the fridge and let it chill together and all the flavors kind of combine. And then we'll have it for dessert. Do you like it?
Me too.
For these recipes and more, head to today.com/.
This is
Really
good.
This is great.
Thank you.
I had to stop eating it because it's
You
so
heard that little
good.
cry in the background? That was Rusty screaming for more.
Oh,
because
really?
The chocolate milk version. I mean, you're not a huge coffee fan, so
I
you
don't
should
like
really
coffee.
try the chocolate milk.
And look at me, I don't even like tiramisu. This is amazing. It's that good.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us. We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to.
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
And welcome back this morning. We are rounding out Restaurant Week on Today with famed celebrity chef, restaurateur, television host, and all-around great guy. Of course, he also happens to be the mayor of Flavortown.
The
Great
mayor,
guy.
that's right. He is up early for us in Santa Rosa, California, alongside his son, the deputy mayor of Flavortown, Hunter Fieri, also there. Good to see you both. Thanks so much for. Hey, Guy, before we start cooking, I think folks should know. last year you raised, I believe, about $21 million for employees of the restaurant industry, the Restaurant Employee Relief Fund last year. First of all, kudos to you. But secondly, do you think we're at a point where some restaurants are starting to get back on their feet?
Well, one, thank you for recognizing that. And there were so many great people that were involved in raising that money. We got almost to $25 million. The money kept trickling in there at the end. But the National Restaurant Association was amazing in helping that happen. We gave out 43,000 grants, by the way, Al. But I'll tell you, the restaurant business we're coming back. We're coming back a little bit different. You know, people are learning a lot more about to-go, a lot more about delivery. They're learning to, they're kind of learning how their restaurants are able to work. The dining in is still a really difficult part. Dining out can't happen all over the country, especially because of weather. But restaurants are coming back. We're resilient. I mean, this is what we do in this industry.
Your new season of Tournament of Champions helps local restaurants. Can you tell us about the impact of that?
Well, okay, so Tournament of Champions, listen, I've done so many different types of shows on the Food Network, and this is really one of my favorites. I designed this about 3 or 4 years ago with my buddy Brian Lando, and you know what we said is we want to make a competition that can never be duplicated. This randomizer that you see spinning right there, that gives a different protein, a different vegetable, a different piece of equipment, different style of food, and different time for each competition. And these chefs are really put under they're put under the gun. I've never seen anything this hard. And I thank Iron Chef and all the competitions that have happened before this, but this one right here really puts them to the test. And the new season starts this Sunday on the 7th. And wait till you see the chefs and wait till you see what they do. Blow your mind.
All right, let's get to this burger. I see you're about to flip it. What is Hunter making over there? What is he stirring up?
Well, Hunter's over here working on making a lot of something. Hunter's making the famous donkey sauce. And we use this by the gallon, of course. No, I don't know why we're making this much. But it's got roasted garlic. It's got a little bit of Worcestershire, mustard, a little salt, a little pepper, a little mayonnaise, of course. And this is our signature burger that we do at Flavortown Kitchen. We do it at all the Guy Fieri restaurants. And, of course, we love to make for you guys at 5 a.m. in California.
But you're adding mac and cheese to this guy?
So we've got some macaroni that's done here going into the cheese sauce that we made. We call it super melted cheese, SMC. Okay, so we'll take this mac and cheese into that. Hunter will go ahead and bring me a couple pieces of cheddar cheese.
It's more cheese than mac, right, Mr. Mayor?
Well, what we like to do is really accentuate the cheese side of things, okay? We'll throw the dome on top of that, a little water. You want to hit me with a bun, Hunter?
Wow.
I don't know if you can see us through. These aren't special effects, by the way, you guys. This is really us at home.
I thought he was going to actually hit you with a bun.
No, he would. Trust me. Don't start. He'll get into this. I made him get up early. He wasn't super thrilled about that idea. All right, so we get a little bit of that. Hunter's toasting the bun. He'll hit it with a little of the donkey sauce. But yeah, so Tournament of Champions is happening, and I'll tell you, we're coming back. We've been shooting a lot of Guys Grocery Games, what we call Guys Grocery Games Delivery, that we shoot here in this kitchen at our house. And we've also been doing a lot of Triple D takeout. So we couldn't go to our favorite Triple D restaurants because everybody was closed, but the restaurants were still operating with their delivery and their to-go. So we said, hey, why not send us some of those new dishes that you guys are doing, and we'll highlight them. So we started to highlight these. Hunter, I think we shot probably 30 shows during the pandemic, and that was awesome. Kept the TV crew working, kept the restaurants going, and hopefully kept people entertained.
I'm worried about the burger. Is it going to burn?
No. The master of the
Does that look burnt? Get here and take a shot of that burger. That is
real good.
Can you do that on a grill,
right
guy?
on point.
That is impressive.
This is on a plancha, so just basically like a flat cast iron skillet. Hunter's got pickles, tomatoes, and onions down right here. And like I said, this is the signature that we do at all the Guy Fieri restaurants. We'll hit a couple pieces of bacon on top of that. Hunter will hit a little bit of lettuce on top of that. Let's get some onion straws. Yeah, a little touch of vinegar.
If you were in the studio right now, I would take a bite of that giant burger and embarrass myself on national television.
Hey, I'm going to send you this burger. That's what you need to be thinking about.
Take a look at that. I'd pay $100 to see you take a bite of that.
Box.
That's
that in his face looks so good.
Guy, honestly, almost $25 million. You've done so much for your own industry. So, I mean, Craig said it. God bless you for that. Hunter, go back to bed. I mean, don't even.
No. We can't say goodbye to Hunter.
Why?
Take a
Tell
bite.
me where you want me to send this.
I want to
30
take a bite.
Rockefeller
Okay,
Plaza.
you take a bite, Guy.
All right. Somebody just said that they were going to give thousands of dollars to the program if we take a bite. So
Hunter's back on the fourth hour.
you know this is breaking. This is breaking the breakfast champion routine. There you go. This is all for you, Al.
All right.
I know you appreciate
Here we go.
this.
Oh, looks good.
Yeah, watch the technique.
We're living through you right
There we go.
Love it.
That's
Fourth
what
hour,
we're
they're
talking
back.
about.
And for the recipe there, you can check it out. Head to today.com/food. Thank you, boys. We'll see you in a couple hours.
Thanks, guys.
This morning on Today's Food, dinner and a dash. We're talking weeknight meals ready to eat in less than 30 minutes. 30 minutes or less. Valerie and Bernal, LA, two words for you. Hamburger helper.
Yes.
I hadn't had hamburger helper in like 25 years.
It's ridiculously easy to do. It's one of those comfort foods that just stick to your gut. It's that you guys are already enjoying it. And I'll show you how easy it is. Literally, you just get the ground beef ground up and nice and browned. Add in the spices. We got a little bit of salt. We got a little bit of paprika and mustard and garlic.
Okay.
Onion powder.
And you
Get
could
all those
swap
in
out
there.
the beef, obviously, for turkey or...
You could absolutely
Okay.
do that. And when I get to the macaroni, see, I'm just toasting up the spices here right now.
Okay.
And getting some flavor on there. And then this is an all-one pot. I don't like to dirty a lot of dishes when I'm cooking in the kitchen on a weeknight, so I'm going to throw all the macaroni into the same pot.
Oh, and it's not cooked when you throw it
Nope,
in?
not cooked. It's going to cook up, and all of the starch from the macaroni is going to thicken up the cheese mixture. So we got some water in there. You got to get some milk in there.
Little milk.
So
That's
good.
a secret.
Milk.
Whole milk?
Whole milk.
Of course.
Yeah, come on. I mean, there's all the cheese, everything else. What are you gonna? Why skip on the milk?
It's true. That's a good point.
So that all gets heated up, and then it turns into this unctuous, lovely. There's a bunch of cheddar cheese in there. I got sharp cheddar and regular American cheese. That gets all mixed up, and you can see how thick it gets just from the heat and just thickening up from the starch.
So you use two kinds of cheese?
I use two kinds of cheese. You can use the white cheddar. You can use I like to get a little color in there, so that's the cheddar I use.
I love that you add the American. It adds just a tang that makes it much more comforting.
Right? I mean, American cheese and burger meat go together.
Yeah.
They're meant to be together.
What are you topping it with here?
I'm going to top it off with a little bit of onion.
Oh.
And just get that right over it, make it look all pretty. Now, you can also use gluten-free pasta. I made it with gluten-free a few weeks ago, and it worked just as well. Sometimes the gluten-free doesn't get let off as much starch, so you just add a little cornstarch in there, just a tiny bit, and
What's the
that'll thicken it
verdict,
up.
ladies?
I mean,
Delicious.
The yummiest.
Good.
The best.
Good.
And again, you say 30 minutes. You could probably do that in like 20.
Well, just you're waiting for the pasta to cook.
Yeah.
To get al dente. That's all it is.
Kids would love it too.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
that is good.
delicious. It's still, I mean, it's so tasty.
Kids
and
would
it's
love this.
easier than the box.
All right.
Now, you want dessert?
I do want dessert. I always want dessert.
So I
What
got
are we
some.
making?
This is Wolfie's absolute favorite dessert every this time of year. It's pumpkin pudding, and you're going to make your own pudding, and you're going to realize how easy it is. So we got a little bit of cream in here. We got some pumpkin puree. Always get the pumpkin puree, not the pumpkin pie mixture, because you want to add all your own spices. You want to add the ginger and the nutmeg and the cinnamon and all the things, the allspice that go in here.
What are these?
Those are ginger snaps, and those are where we're going to layer the pudding with ginger snaps.
I'm getting ahead.
So we got our wet ingredients here. We need to separate the eggs. Oh. That's a very soft shell. So
I've never seen you do that on your show. You've never done that.
Well, I'm going to get that yolk out anyway.
So we're going to separate the eggs from the shells.
Right.
Yeah.
There. So, you know what? Mistakes happen in the
There you
kitchen
go.
all the time.
Live TV.
Yeah. So, wait. First, I got to get the cornstarch in here. Look, I'm all for clumps now. A little bit of salt. Don't ever be afraid of putting salt into your sweets. It's going to really just take the flavor that much. Like, it's just. Oh, I used the. Oh, shoot. I used the whisk, but I should have saved it for this.
Okay, well, you know what? Let me. Here's a. Oh, that's not a whisk down there. That's it. We can still use it.
Anyway, you mix this.
You're gonna mix this up.
Get the egg in there. Yeah, you know what? Why not?
Why not?
Get the egg yolks in there. Mix that all together. That cornstarch is going to then protect you as you. That's very good.
Thank
okay?
you.
I'm very
Thank you.
impressed.
Thank you, Valerie.
Better than me chopping up these eggs.
So then after we're done here.
After you want to temper this now with this hot mixture of the milk and the puree and the spices.
Oh, it's gonna go in the.
And you start tempering this together and mix it together. This is just. I mean.
It's like in the kitchen.
I swear it's much easier than what I'm making it. Thank you, Craig. Then you get that all mixed together, and somehow it magically turns into this.
Go, Valerie.
And you add a little bit of butter at the end to top it off, and a little bit of vanilla when it's cooled down because you don't want to heat up the vanilla.
So you were at the New York wine show? What was it, the food?
Yeah,
wine
I cook for a living. I actually got 2 Emmys for my show. I'm just saying.
That books.
Saying, that's all.
There's the new app coming out.
There's the new app. You can cook along with me on the new app.
All right, I'm gonna sample it. You know what though? It turned out great.
By the way, Valerie.
So delicious.
By the way, another reason to love Valerie Bertinelli, don't you think?
Oh,
my gosh, I love another.
That's good.
I love you, Valerie.
It's like pumpkin pie.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Valerie, thank you.
Ginger snap.
You're very welcome, Craig.
Today.com/food for the recipes.
Welcome back this morning on Today Food. We are making a simple and filling summer salad. Joining us now, one of our favorites, the founder of Fit Cook Meals, Kevin Curry. Cheeseburger is one of my favorite things. I like to eat a salad. Sounds pretty good together. How do we do it?
All right, first off is the sauce, because the secret's always in the sauce.
Yes.
So you're gonna take a, like pickles and just dice them up really, really finely.
Oh.
If you can't do this, just go ahead and buy some relish. You can buy sweet relish,
Okay.
or you can buy just the dill relish.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna add in some pickles here. Let me type this up just a little bit finer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice
Add that to-
skills there.
There you go. Add that into the sauce. Now, for the sauce, we're gonna use olive oil mayo. It's a little bit lower in fat.
Oh.
I know, don't.
Where do you?
it's
I know.
good.
I just never heard of that. Where do you find olive oil mayo?
In the grocery store. It's pretty. It's really easy. All right, and then some Greek yogurt. This is going to boost the protein, but also add that little tanginess in there.
Al's heckling me. I know. Well, so I didn't know. I thought mayonnaise was mayonnaise. Did you know, Hoda?
There's avocado base.
Okay. It's a little lighter. Okay. Olive oil mayonnaise. Great.
Coconut sugar for that
Okay. Figure these
sweetness. Some smoked paprika. A little bit of that smokiness.
Yes.
Onion. And then we've got some vinegar here.
Yeah.
And then some olive oil. I'm gonna have you whisk this.
Okay.
And then this is just some water. And you're gonna just add some water until you reach your desired consistency.
Okay, I
So
like
this is also
this.
gonna be dressing. Now this is good for burgers and stuff, y'all, but it's also good for salads. For the cookout. It's a today's special sauce. You know I'm looking out for y'all. There you go.
Thank you.
All right.
Now it's a little chunky because I have those pickles in it.
Yes, but you can try to put, like finer too.
Yeah.
Oh,
my
that looks
best.
great. Perfect, y'all. Good
elbow
job.
grease in
Hey,
there.
I know she's cooking
Okay,
today. All right. Now, we have got the protein. The protein is super important. So this is some lean beef, but you can also use turkey, chicken, whatever. You're gonna season it up with some garlic.
Am I
and then
just
some onion.
throw
just
it
go ahead-
all on there?
Just put it in there. Now, really important, whenever you're cooking up your meat, it
I
may
don't
have some water. Okay, that's too,
Well,
yeah.
I
we
know.
can-
I don't know. I was trying.
Oh my,
You know what I was thinking? Like sprinkle, and then it would be more evenly
Okay,
distributed.
but that's with the pepper, though. We can just
pour.
sprinkle
Oh, okay,
like that.
okay,
It's okay. We got it.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's just
Gotta
it's
add
all
18
good.
pounds of meat.
The most important thing is that if you have a whole bunch of liquid here, you don't want boiled meat. So just drain your meat, put it back onto the heat, and sear it up some more. Add this in there, sea salt and pepper. Remember, we gotta do this. This is live television. Make sure they know we season our food
Yeah,
here.
exactly, because they'll yell at you.
Yes,
So we
you
got
know
it,
they
you
will.
Okay, we did.
Sea salt, pepper. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. Now, for the salad, we're gonna chop up some romaine here. Now, I like to have mine like pretty finely because I want every single bite to have something in it.
Yes.
Now, we've got cherry tomatoes. You can have them or,
Quarter
them. Yep. Add it to our salad here. Now, in goes the beef or your protein. What's a cheeseburger without what?
Oh, you got to have a little cheddar
Add a little
cheese.
cheese. There we go. Some onion action. Why don't you go ahead and toss that together for me? And I'm going to add in some of our secret sauce.
Okay.
And you just tell me when to say stop.
No, I'd say keep on going.
That's right. Hey, some more sauce, right?
Do you love that sauce? More.
You can use the sauce on a slew of things.
Yes, you can use it on anything.
Does it keep in the fridge for a couple days?
It keeps in the fridge, but it's not going to last long because you're going to eat it.
Yeah, true,
so
true. Okay.
You're going to smear it now. You can have this as a tossed salad, but I love mine in a wrap, y'all, because, you know, this is all about grab and go for the summertime. I'm going to put a little bit more sauce here on this wrap. Why don't you go ahead? This looks great.
Oh, thank you.
This is like restaurant quality. I'm so impressed.
I've stirred before.
Use these tongs. We're going to put that in there.
Okay.
Add that to the wrap. Now, you can't have a cheeseburger without the sesame seed bun.
This could be a nice lunch for kids, or like even a kid camp lunch. If
Absolutely.
You,
You may want to add
too much.
I think that's fine.
Okay.
We're going to add in some sesame seeds.
Oh yeah.
We're going to add in some pickles as well
Love
if you
it.
want some more. All right. Now, do you know how to wrap up a wrap?
No, show me.
Okay,
show me
here we go.
your
So
technique.
this is what I do.
I can swaddle a baby,
I'm
but this
yeah,
I don't
you got to
know.
do this right here. All right.
Okay.
Now, once you do this, you're going to put it to one side.
Okay.
Fold it.
Interesting.
Fold it over.
I never knew that.
And yes. And then there you go.
Oh
it
my
is
gosh.
wrapped.
Wow, you did that
now,
snug as a fucking rock.
Yes,
Wow.
and you know, and you should also think about toasting them too. You know, so once this is empty, put that back into the skillet, toast it. Yeah, get it nice and crispy, like
Toast the
restaurant
wrap,
style.
like just put it in there. Oh, nice.
And then toast all the sides of it. People are gonna be like, yo,
I like
look at that.
Back with Today Food Loves Football to get you ready for the big Sunday night battle here on NBC. Pittsburgh Steelers, LA Chargers, here to get us in the spirit with some game day eats. Cookbook author and restaurant owner Adrienne Calvo. Adrienne, thank you for being here. It's chilly out on the plaza. Savannah joins us. We're going to start with this beautiful Italian sandwich.
Yes, an outrageous Italian sandwich.
It is
done
outrageous.
maximum flavor style, lots of flavors. We have here some ciabatta bread, some fresh mozzarella.
Yep.
Got to use the fresh stuff. We're going to cut that into about 1/4-inch pieces.
Okay.
Now, don't skimp on the fresh stuff. Building ingredients, using great ingredients is
That makes a difference. Why do you like the ciabatta?
The chewiness, but the lightness of it as well. But you know, any rustic Italian bread really will do.
So you get some pesto down?
Pesto down on both sides.
I need a chainsaw for this.
And then we're going to start pressing our meats. Now, I like to use pepperoni, prosciutto, salami. But guess what? You have turkey and ham left over for Thanksgiving. Swap that out, okay?
Do I layer on the cheese now?
Please layer. Here, we have some sliced up as well.
Cheese, okay.
Yes.
Oh, Adrienne, that is
Isn't that fantastic? So we layer
Al, you
on
eating
some
this?
peppers, pepperoncini. It should look like this. We press it
Smells so good.
with something heavy in the fridge overnight.
Oh, the skillet.
The skillet goes on like this.
Yep.
Okay.
Is
You
this a
have-
Pittsburgh thing?
Yes. You have
look at that.
Look at this, guys. Like,
That's my half, that's
And the
Carson's
beer.
half.
I like that.
This is
I like that.
delicious.
Next, you know, it's not football without a queso, without a cheese dip, right?
That's right.
So we have here some chorizo, okay? Then we're gonna use some Oaxaca cheese or, you know, any type of creamy, melty cheese will work, okay? So we saute it like so over medium-high heat.
Okay.
Now the flavors really come out here. This is one of the most important steps.
Okay.
Now we
Just to get a good saute of the chorizo first.
We have our tasting
Exactly.
table. Guys, how was the
Now,
Pittsburgh sandwich?
Here,
good.
we're
Like
going
that?
to
No,
add
can't
that
even
to
talk.
a casserole
Meaty.
dish.
Mouth's
You're
filled
moving
with
it
food.
into a casserole dish.
Exactly.
Okay.
Now we're going.
Now we're adding our
There you go.
we're adding our Oaxaca cheese
Our
or
Oaxaca
any melty cheese.
Exactly. You can mix cheeses as well too.
Sure
If you
can.
can't get that type of cheese, provolone works well.
Okay.
Goes into the oven until it's nice and melty.
Oh, yeah.
Melty.
Yes. Serve it with tortilla chips and some pico de
I got it.
gallo or
Oh,
some
yes.
salsa. So delicious. That's maximum
man.
flavor.
It's so cold it kind of froze.
Yes.
It's supposed to be hot.
It's super cold
Okay,
here.
I know.
differs.
All right. Well,
No.
okay. What's next?
Next, we have our cheeseburger tots, which
Wait, say that
are
again?
cheeseburger tots.
Cheeseburger tater tots.
You see,
All
it
right.
grabs your attention right away. We have some ground beef, some onions, and who doesn't like onions and ground beef? Oh my gosh, right?
All the things.
You saute that. Actually, you want to saute this for me?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
If you think I can.
Oh, absolutely. We're gonna
Okay.
add mayo right to the pan.
Oh,
Some
mayo. Interesting.
relish.
And this is just ground beef and onions, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Mustard.
Not that you'd want to, but you could do ground turkey if you wanted to.
Exactly. Or
Yeah.
chicken.
Okay. Okay.
So we saute that together. Here we have our tater tots. You're good. That's perfect.
Okay. Oh, do you want me to mix it more?
Yeah, mix
Yeah,
it
okay.
until it's well
How do you make the
combined.
tater tot a vessel for this burger meat? You
Here's the secret, guys. This is the secret. You use something like this, and you press the already baked tater
You
tot.
make a shell.
I do.
Make
You
a
make
shell.
the shell.
Oh, it's just the back of a potato
Yes,
spoon thing.
exactly.
Oh, that's
if all else
easy.
fails, your thumb. Now, that stuffing goes into the potato.
Yes.
All right, and then we top it off.
Oh, you got the-
okay, with some
Is that
pickles,
pickle or-
some secret sauce.
Now, are you baking this more, or is this
yes,
just
we're gonna
okay?
bake it a little bit more.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Pickle,
Yeah.
very good.
Pickle goes on top, like so. Now imagine all these flavors: secret sauce,
Tastes like a Big
pickle.
Mac.
Yes.
Now the potato, the ground
What are
beef,
those little seeds?
sesame
Oh,
seeds.
sesame seeds.
That's
Okay.
like your bun that
Yes.
has, you know, the sesame seeds on top.
How's it taste, you guys? Carson, you
Oh my
left
God.
the segment. You're just over there eating.
He's touching the truth.
And if you have any of these left, pop them out as hors d'oeuvres for Thanksgiving.
That's so fun.
Right?
I love it. What do you think, guys?
Is that maximum flavor?
Insane.
Thank you.
Well done, Chef.
Insane.
The
Said insane.
queso's off.
My queso
All right.
was frozen. All right,
Yeah,
awesome.
but these are
But
great.
it's good cold, too.
And it's all easy. Anybody can do this.
That is delicious.
All right.
Okay, Adrian.
You nailed it.
Thank you so much. If you want to get more on these
That's
recipes, go to
incredible.
today.com/food.
Welcome back. This morning on Today Food, we are joined by the popular host of Tiny Mighty Kitchen over on YouTube, Chef Kia Damon. Hi. She is here with a surprisingly easy dinner recipe that your whole family will love. And we were standing over and we were getting a whiff, and I was like, oh, it's like I'm 7 again, and it's like Hamburger Helper.
Exactly. No, it's definitely a comfort food.
Much better.
But better. It's definitely a comfort food, but it's super easy to make. First, you want to start with your onion. Okay. Now I'm going to go through, hold it, and slice it this way. And it really doesn't matter what size the onion is. It doesn't have to be, restaurant-style size, but you can get decent slices about here. Okay. And then you want to cut it down this way, and you see you already have those pieces, right? It's already diced, right?
So you got our onion there. What else
you have
goes
our
in?
onion.
Besides the onion, what else goes in?
Garlic. So I like to put, I'm a garlic girl, so I like to put a few giant cloves of garlic. And a great way to do that is to put the pressure on the knife like that.
And then use the whole clove.
And then you use the whole clove, but then you can just open it up.
Got it.
Like that. And it makes it a little bit easier to get that flesh on.
It's gonna give us
onion,
garlic.
Right, onion and garlic. And then you chop up that garlic real quick like that.
Okay. All right.
And give it another little. Like that,
Okay.
And then over here, so you're adding it to our pot. This is ground beef. I suppose you could do ground turkey if you were in that.
You could do ground turkey if you wanted to. No shade to the turkey community. No shade at all.
There's a community?
There's a turkey community.
Community for everything.
They're smart, and they'll come for you too.
All right, and then so for the second time, then you just add the broth.
Yeah, then you go ahead and add in your broth and your turkey. Not your turkey. Now you're gonna be thinking about turkey.
Sorry.
Adding your tomato paste over here.
Nice.
Dump in the tomato
Kia,
paste.
could you use this to hide vegetables for your kids in this?
Yes. Now, if you want to do maybe a little bit of broccoli or a little bit of spinach, just to put it in the cheese, then that would be okay for the children. You got some carrots.
What's in the broth? Is it like a beef broth?
Yeah. Okay. Just the beef broth. Put in some smoked paprika, mix that in, thyme, and then this beef broth here. Now, while I'm doing this, I actually would like for someone to grate this cheese here. So
he's a great grater.
A really great idea and an easy thing to do is you keep the cutter like this. Okay. And if you put the cheese over like that, then it fills up.
You keep it horizontal.
You keep it horizontal,
What kind
then
of
it
cheese
fills
are we
up.
using here?
Just some cheddar cheese. Could you finish it up for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I like this because it's quick and homemade at the same time.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You can lose the guilt of the preservatives and what have
So
you.
you want to mix that in.
Okay.
How much cheese do I need?
If you could get
The
the
more
whole
the
block,
better.
but I doubt you could get the whole.
Oh, you don't think so?
I don't think you could do it.
Okay.
I'm trying it.
Okay, now that pasta was not pre-cooked, right?
No, because what's going to happen is once you put all the liquid in here, it's going to simmer over time.
Got it.
And then it's going to be done already.
So this is going to stay on the stovetop.
That's going to stay on the stovetop.
Can't beat it.
You're going to close that like that. And then while you're working on the cheese,
I'll be done in the third hour.
whenever the cheese is actually finished,
That seemed like a good idea at the
it'll look
time.
like this.
Sign up for that. Fantastic.
No, I think you did a great job. No, absolutely.
And when do we
Please
add the
eat
cheese?
it. So you add the cheese over that way.
Roker, you resisted the
And you
urge
should
to
have
make a
added
comment
the
about
cheese
cutting the
about-
cheese. I'm so proud.
Why should I when I've got Craig Melvin to do it?
No, I think you do an amazing job. But at this point, you will add
You
the
really
cheese.
do want this whole block
back
of
into-
cheese.
It's okay. You're off the hook. You're off the hook. But you would ideally put this cheese into here.
After it's cooked, toward the end.
And Kia, what do we have here?
Oh, that's nutritional yeast.
Instead of cheese, if you want to keep it.
Well, you add that in addition because it adds an extra punch to the dish. So put a little bit of that nutritional yeast on
I use that on my kale.
Yeah, just a
Really
little bit.
good.
Don't keep cooking. Start eating.
Yeah.
And then you
Yeah,
mix the whole
can't
thing
beat
like
this.
this.
I mean,
Thank
this
you.
is 20 minutes. You know
I
what mean?
appreciate that.
So
Thank you
good.
so very much.
And the kids can help.
I was just about to say they can help
And
and
the
they'll
kids
eat
can
it.
help.
And I helped.
Then you help. Thank you,
Kia, thank you.
No, thank
This
you
is
so much.
terrific.
Thank
Oh,
you
that
for
is
having me.
good.
Right? Thank you. I
that
appreciate
is
that.
good.
My kids would gobble that up.
Yes.
In fact, I might just take it home. Dinner is served.
There
All
you
right.
go.
Kia, thank you so much.
No, thank you so much. Thank you.
Be sure to check out her full recipe. It's today.com/food. Joining us this morning, Kevin Curry, chef, author, Fitman cook. He's here to share a delicious dinner idea that won't break the budget.
Beef and broccoli, I mean, takeout is always a crowd favorite. So this is a no sugar added beef and broccoli dish. So here is some lean flank steak. If you are part of the plant-based crew, then just use some mushrooms or some chicken. So what we're gonna do first is just sprinkle in a little bit of this cornstarch.
All right.
And this is gonna help it to get really nice and crispy, but it's also gonna help the sauce to adhere to the beef.
All right.
All right, you're gonna mix that together for us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, and so once you mix it up, you're gonna get your wok super like piping hot and then add in the beef. Now this is the most important part.
Any oil?
You know what, I like to use a little bit of avocado oil, but vegetable oil is great too.
All right.
So you're gonna get this nice and hot, and then once you will know it's ready to flip once it easily comes off of
pro tip.
the pan. Yes.
Okay.
That is the pro tip. Now we're gonna move over here, and you're gonna cut up some bell pepper and some broccoli. So chop off the top, the bottom, and then side, and then just roll your knife on the inside of it, just like that. Isn't that cool? And look, it just comes right out so easily. And then just easily chop this into chunks, and everything can be really nice and uniform.
And that's gonna go in your scallion.
Yes, we're gonna add in some broccoli and then the bell pepper. Just imagine that's what we have right here.
Okay.
Here, let me just chop off the top of it for us. There we go. Chop off the broccoli, and then add this to there. Now, inside here, we have a little bit of garlic and also some green onion. This is the...
Garlic and green onion,
yes,
got it.
This is the aroma part.
How long is that gonna cook,
This
Chef?
is gonna cook for about 2 to 3 minutes. Now for the broth. We have chicken broth here. You can use some beef broth if you want. A little bit of low sodium soy.
Low sodium.
Now,
More cornstarch.
Correct. This is why, here's a cornstarch. And to replace, the sugar, we are using ginger. Ginger's got a really nice peppery and spicy flavor.
Okay.
You won't miss it. Mix this together. We're gonna add the beef back to our wok here.
Okay.
Boom. And then
the sauce goes in as well?
The sauce goes in. It's gonna get really nice and slushy in here.
Let's get down to the tasting area, because you're garnishing. What are you garnishing that with?
This is some sesame seeds, and you can toast these. You can also use some black ones if you're fancy.
What's the verdict, folks?
Delicious. Okay, good.
And it's and again, to your point, cheaper and healthier.
It's cheaper. This meal comes out to less than $5 per meal.
Wow.
For
Yeah,
4 servings.
That's great. Chef, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chef. Made dinner for the Melvin House tonight.
Welcome back. Oh, something's smelling good. This morning on Today Food, chef, author, and certified nutritionist Nia Rigdon is here to help us stick to our healthy New Year's resolutions. These are 2 easy veggie-packed dinner recipes. It's from her new cookbook called Food Wise. Mia, good morning.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, I usually don't get excited when there's vegetables, but this looks and smells delicious. What are we making?
Thank you. So first we're going to start with a super green spaghetti with zucchini noodles. So have you ever used a spiralizer before?
I've seen them. I've never attempted it.
So you just kind of give it a whirl here. You want to give that a try?
Yeah, now you need the spiralizer, I guess, if you want to do this recipe.
You know, now a lot of grocery stores have pre-made zucchini noodles, which can cut down on time. But I like to use the spiralizer. And then we're also going to use the zucchini to make a really creamy zucchini pesto.
Okay.
So I've already got a clove of garlic in here. I'm going to dump in this diced zucchini.
I'll
you
keep
can
spiralizing.
Use, like the leftover little nubs from that as well.
Oh, okay.
We've got olive oil, lemon juice. This is a dairy-free pesto, and it's not a chunky pesto. This is really creamy, and the zucchini is adding some extra nutrients.
Is that pine nuts you just put in
Yeah,
there?
some toasted pine nuts and some basil. We're not going to blend this because it's loud.
Okay.
And so over
We'll pretend to
here,
blend.
over here we've got our pasta going. So the thing I like about this recipe is that it has both zucchini noodles and pasta.
Oh, I was just noticing that.
So it's not just
Okay.
zucchini noodles. So,
but let's just say you wanted to go all zucchini
you could
noodles.
totally go all zucchini noodles. You could also go all pasta.
Okay.
So what I like about this is that when I'm making a pasta dish, and I talk about this a lot in the book, it's all about inverting the ratio. Because normally when you have pasta, it's like 90% pasta with like some sauce on it. So then you're only eating carbs.
Correct.
Here we're using a chickpea pasta, which is high protein. It's got lots of fiber, and then we're cutting the portion in half.
Okay.
So that
more zucchini than pasta.
More zucchini. And this is also a high protein pasta, but you could serve this with chicken, fish.
It looks incredible. Guys, how does it taste?
Really
checks
You
the
like
box.
it?
The chickpea pasta is a great call. We use that now at the house as well.
Yep, the chickpea pasta is great. More protein. This is better for your blood sugar levels. More fiber.
And you just put the blended
stuff
stuff right in there.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait to
blend
taste
it up.
that. I'm going to eat and stir. I'm stirring.
All right. Okay. Moving on to the next recipe.
Looking great, SG. Looking great.
All right.
We are making spicy broccoli poppers.
Yum.
I make these with my son all the time.
Okay.
Super easy. So what I've done here is we've mixed together just some water, some flour. I'm using a gluten-free all-purpose flour, but you could use regular flour, and some sunflower seeds. And then you just dip the broccoli in there one by one, and then you're going to put them onto a sheet pan once they're all dipped. You bake this in the oven for 10 minutes.
Bake, not fry.
Yes, bake in the oven for 10 minutes. This is like my take on like a broccoli tempura.
Yeah.
And then they're going to come out like this, and then we mix together the sauce.
Okay.
So this is some white miso paste I have here, some chili flakes. If you're making this with kids, my son Ozzy loves this. He's 3, so I leave out the chili flakes, but it's a fun way to prepare broccoli. We've got some tamari and some coconut aminos, some lime juice.
What is that? Coconut what?
Coconut aminos. It's like a soy-free.
Are these hard to find, these items? What is the tamari? What's that?
Tamari is a gluten-free. Close enough. Tamari is a gluten-free soy sauce. So you could also use soy sauce here, but I prefer tamari. All the recipes in my book are gluten-free.
Oh, okay,
So then you're just going to want to whisk this up. And
I feel like we're going to have a 5-alarm fire here. Just turn
Is
it
this
off.
whole meal gluten-free?
everything
What
is
we're eating
gluten-free.
right now?
Gluten-free,
I've never had a
dairy-free.
gluten-free meal till right now.
Ever?
Really?
Yeah.
All right, well, welcome.
Well, how'd you like it? Did you try the broccoli? Does it give you that kind of like tempura feel?
I feel like you could almost any vegetable you could tempura,
Yes.
like the zucchini
Totally.
or
You could use
cauliflower,
any,
you could do with this.
You could even throw some chicken in here.
If you wanted to, could you deep fry that?
You could, or you could also use an air fryer.
Oh, there you go.
You could order pizza too, Al.
There you go.
Just saying, it's a realm of
a
possibilities.
vegan pizza.
Yes.
Could order pizza.
One of those
Okay, cool.
So yeah,
We whisk that up and
once
then
this
what?
is all whisked up, then we're gonna throw the broccoli that we baked in here.
Okay. Do you wait for it to cool or just go right in?
Yeah, it depends if you don't want to burn your fingers. You
Right,
might want
well,
to wait for
there's
it
that.
to
It's always
cool,
good. Yes.
but you know. And then we just mix it up, and
Okay.
then we throw it back on the sheet pan. We bake it for another 10 minutes, and then we stick the broiler on to get them nice and crispy like they are here. And
What about air
voila.
fryer? Could you put that in the air fryer?
She just
I'm
said put it in
sorry,
the
I
air
missed
fryer.
that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was like
the
10
air
seconds.
fryer
That's right.
is a
Where'd you
little
go?
bit quicker.
I missed that.
Yeah, you did.
That was like 20 seconds
It was
ago.
the lack of gluten.
Did you take a little trip?
I did. But I'm back now.
This has got a nice little bite
It's
to it,
just
by the way.
delicious. There's
The broccoli, it's got a little bite.
Yeah, that's
There's no
the chili
substitute
flakes.
for flavor here. It's really
No, it's really
flavorful.
good.
That's what we're going for.
Yeah, delicious,
thank you
Mia.
so
Thank
much.
you.
Congrats
for
on the book
having
club.
At the end of a long week, let's face it, you barely have any energy left to cook, so it's good to have a go-to dish you can whip up pretty quickly.
We got you covered. Josh Mama Clay is a chef instructor and teaches on Milk Street TV. He's going to show us his basil broccoli pasta. I just tiptoed through that one, Josh. I'm glad I got it.
You did great.
Thank you, honey. Tell us about what we're making.
So essentially what we're making is a broccoli pesto, and it starts with 2 pounds of broccoli. Now, more often than not, you will be able to get broccoli florets in just the big bags. But if you end up working with a large crown, cutting it down is actually super, super simple. And I'm not even going to look at it.
No, wait.
Oh,
no.
wow. Okay, now you're showing off. That's a pro tip.
I am showing off a little bit. That's a pro tip. But the reason why I cut it down into steaks like that is because I'm getting this really, really fantastic, like, flat surface area. And that is going to make direct contact with my pan. And therefore, when it roasts in an oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit, it's going to get a really nice brown on it.
Okay.
And that's going to develop a really beautiful, savory flavor. Okay. But you want to go ahead and just discard any of the stems. You don't need those for this recipe.
Okay.
But break your broccoli florets down into 1.5-inch pieces. Again, you don't have to be particularly careful about this. But all you're going to do is bring all of that broccoli together in a bowl, along with 2 teaspoons of regular, like, vegetable oil. Any neutral oil, avocado oil will work. And you're also going to follow that up with a little bit of salt.
Perfect.
So I believe it's 2 tablespoons and 1 teaspoon of salt in here. We're going to just give that a little toss. And then we're going to go ahead and arrange that on our sheet here. I have a baking sheet lined with tin foil. I'm just going to dump it right on out.
Beautiful.
And here's my little pro tip. You want to make sure that you're putting everything cut side down.
Okay.
That way, all of that flat surface area that you established, that's going to get really, really nicely seared in the oven. Okay. So once you get that nice and arranged, you throw it in the oven. Simple as that. So again, 400 degrees Fahrenheit. And I already have one that is working in there. So we'll take a peek at that.
Look at your little mitt. That's the cutest little oven mitt.
Thank you.
I've never known
I have
so
these big, like, sausage patty hands.
I love that.
So when you're working with, like, it is the right size. It makes things a lot easier. Now, while that's roasting off in the oven, we could go ahead and take a look at our pot here. Here, I actually have a large pot set up with 6 cups of water. Now, 6 cups is not typically what you would cook pasta in.
Right.
But we're cooking in less water here on purpose, so that way we develop a lot of starches.
Okay,
and that's going to help this sauce get really luscious.
Okay, we
and
only
clean
have
to
a
the
minute
pasta.
left, so will you just help us?
Okay.
Sorry.
Totally. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and blanch our basil. That only takes about 5 seconds. And this is the same water that we would cook the pasta in. Like I said, we blanch it for 5 seconds, and then we throw it into an ice bath. This step is totally optional, but it really helps the sauce maintain its bright green color.
Okay, beautiful.
So once we get that in there, we'll go ahead and fish that out, and we'll blend it up.
Okay. So you hit it. You put it in the little food processor.
And you add it. Looks like
you add to it.
Oil.
So, here we have our food processor. I'm just going to throw my basil right on in. If a little bit of water makes its way in, that's no problem. But you'll hit that with a 1/4 cup of olive oil.
Great.
Along with a 1/4 cup of grated Parmesan cheese.
Yum.
2 cloves of garlic that have been roughly chopped. And my secret ingredient here, we have some capers.
Ooh, I
now
love
that's going to add a really
capers.
nice. Yeah, they're really fantastic.
So after you grind that up and just put that right over the pasta?
And some lemon.
Yeah, we're also going to throw in a little bit of lemon juice. And if you have time, you can always throw in lemon
All right,
zest.
Josh, why don't you show us the finished product? Because we got to rock.
You got it. So we're going to bring that together right before your very eyes.
Beautiful.
Show us what you got.
Show us what you got, Josh. Beautiful. Josh, thank you so much. That looks really delish. We appreciate that.
Absolutely.
For that recipe, go to today.com/food. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Josh.
You got it. Thank you.
It's not only cheesy and comforting, it's also got some great color too.
I love it. Missy Robbins is a James Beard Award-winning chef and owner of Lilia and Missy Restaurants. She's out with her second book called Pasta, the Spirit and Craft of Italy's Greatest Food.
Missy's right here near us in Brooklyn in her kitchen right now. Missy, by the way, you were a home run on the 8 o'clock hour. We're still talking about that breakfast pasta.
Oh,
we want
good.
it. No, we want it. We want you to come make it for us. But for us, you're going to make...
I will do that anytime I'm allowed.
I love it. Okay, so you're making a broccoli pesto. This is one of your favorites. Tell us why.
Yeah, this one's a little later than the last segment where we did carbonara and I bragged about how rich it is. This one's a little lighter. There's a few reasons I love this. One, it's got broccoli. It's healthy. I developed this when I was trying to eat healthier and wanted to include more vegetables, and how do I do that but still have a little pasta? So it starts with you can use broccoli, you can use broccoli rabe. In my recipe I have both. You kind of just separate the florets, the leaves, and then blanch it, shock it, chop it. So that's just a quick cook. And you end up with this. And then the leaves and basil, you also blanch and do a puree.
Okay.
And then we use pecorino. We use Parmigiano.
So it's still got the
all
yummy
the
stuff
kind of
in there.
traditional, all the yummy stuff.
Yeah.
It's not like,
Can I ask real quick about that pesto? Was that a pesto you poured in? Is that what the basil was?
That was just a puree.
Puree. Okay.
And then this is olive oil, which will kind of bind it all together. And then the gnocchi, one of the reasons I love them, I think you can make them ahead of time. You can cook them ahead of time and hold them overnight. This is a ricotta gnocchi that's really foolproof. Like you cannot screw this up.
So should you just not buy the frozen ones? And do I need to do the real thing?
You should never buy. Never.
Is that horrible
ever.
of me? Okay, I'm sorry. I won't buy the frozen ones anymore.
This is just so easy, and I love it also because it's great to make with kids. Really great to make with kids. It's an easy one. I roll this dough out into ropes, you see, and then I cut them into pieces. And then if you want a little extra fancy, you go, you want to make sure there's enough flour so they don't stick. This dough can get a little sticky. And we have this little paddle, very traditional gnocchi board, and you just kind of roll it down like this. Also, like really fun for kids, like great hand-eye coordination.
And I know once you taste those, you probably can't go back. So I guess I can see that.
Exactly. And they're just easier than potato gnocchi. So I have them cooking in back. It's really hard. Like with traditional pasta, egg pasta, it's so delicate. It's pretty hard to screw these guys up. Like you want to cook them till they float to the top, but if they float and they cook another 1 or 2 minutes, you're okay. You're going to end up with something very, very light. That's the other thing with these. There's a lot of cheese. I have my broccoli pesto on the stove here.
Yum.
And it's got a little pasta water to loosen it up. So pasta water is a really important ingredient when you're making pasta. It adds starch. It adds a little salt. And we just go right in the pan here.
Coat it.
And then how do you know when it's ready?
Well, you're going to marry them together. So you're going to just toss until those gnocchi kind of absorb into the sauce, and the sauce absorbs into the gnocchi.
Look
and
how
they
you
become
flip. I was just going to say, mine would be all over the floor.
I'm just mesmerized right
I
now.
mean, you should try it at home. When we teach young cooks, we tell them to take beans home and just flip beans forever and ever. And then we just go right here.
Serve it up.
Look at that. The final plate.
Oh my gosh.
I just want a fork right now.
And these gnocchi, in the book we have tons of recipes for different red sauces. That's like one of my favorite things in the world to eat.
Missy?
Is just red sauce gnocchi.
Missy, that's a 10 plus. Look at that. A little more parm. We thank you so much, and we're so excited again. You're joining us from your Brooklyn kitchen, but you're the owner of Lilia and Misi, the restaurants in New York. So thanks again.
I hope to see you guys soon.
Us too. For this recipe, go to today.com/food, and for Missy's book, you can head to today.com/shop. It's called Pasta.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back for this week's Cooking with Cal. Pasta and a great cause. They're both on the menu, and this dinner did not disappoint. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Chickpea broccoli pasta.
Yes! So this recipe actually comes from the Serving New York cookbook. A lot of chefs have put their recipes in here, and we are making Mark Meyer from Cook Shop his broccoli and chickpea pasta. So
It's a little one.
it is a little one.
Break it in half.
I need you to make this even smaller, because could you eat this in one bite? I guess you could eat some of it. How do you like uncooked broccoli? So here's what I need you to do. You see these little broccolis? Can you start breaking that apart?
These are all small enough, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just break it.
Okay, so you don't like raw broccoli, right?
No.
So we gotta cook it. I'm gonna put these in boiling water. Ugh. Nice. So let's add some olive oil.
Let's
put the lemon in. Good. Let's do a little salt and pepper.
Oh. I'm shorter than your taller. See, I'm the pepper.
So tall people do salt?
Yeah.
Short people do pepper?
No, I'm good.
And we're gonna set this here. Before we slice the garlic, we're going to put the pasta in the water. You want to eat raw pasta?
Just water.
Oh, it's too hard. Look how hard it is. Do you remember what to do? Oh, you do. Good job. Just enough to get the skin off.
I did it.
Awesome.
Look at my nose. It's really sharp.
When they're raw, they're spicy, but we're gonna cook them. Did you put your finger in your mouth? What did I tell you?
Can you wash my hands so they don't be spicy?
Yes, as soon as we're done with this, okay? We're gonna add some cheese. Ooh, we gotta shred some cheese. Oh, we need a whole cup of grated cheese.
That's gonna take forever. Like tonight.
I hope it's done in time for dinner. Now I'm sweating. I hate grating cheese. I mean, I don't like grating cheese.
Hate's the bad word.
I know, I'm sorry. I think we're done. Add more oil. Sprinkle it all over.
I like this sound. Is it hot?
I'm gonna blow it for you. Yummy, yummy. Good job, bud. I love a dinner also that can feed everybody. Because
Yeah.
Oliver, if you cut it up small enough, he's
There you go.
He's enjoying
And
it.
hate is a bad word, Mommy.
Hate is a bad word. Catch myself all day long. Not that I hate that many things.
Right.
I don't like things. Never mind. You can find the recipe at today.com/food. And by the way, both the digital and hard copy versions of Serving New York benefit a restaurant worker relief fund. The book has raised more than $200,000 so far.
That's fantastic. This morning on Today Food, dinner recipes that cut the carbs. And Chef Richard Ingram knows about eating well to win. In fact, he knows so much about it, he wrote a book about it.
Yes.
By the way, the chef, for almost 2 decades, has been the personal chef to NBA legend Dwayne Wade and his superstar wife, actress Gabrielle Union, one of our favorite celebrity couples here at the show, by the way. This morning, the chef is here this morning to share a recipe straight from their kitchen. I was asking you during the commercial break if this is something you actually cook for me, and you said this is a go-to.
It's definitely a go-to dish.
So a lot of folks in January, they make this commitment to start eating clean, to eat healthy, to eat right. What are some things that folks should remember when they're trying to do that?
But when you're trying to eat healthier, one thing that you want to remember is that portion size is awesome. You know, portion size, everything in moderation, drink a lot of water, and it's when you eat certain things. So I would eat your carbs earlier in the day so that they can help you burn throughout the day, and then slack off on the carbs late at night.
Before we get into it, Jean, come a little closer because I want the audience to see. This is what you get for Christmas when you work for D. Wade.
Wow.
He gives you a championship.
Nice.
Ring. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. All right, so this one we're going to go with sea bass and broccoli.
Right, so what we have here is a miso roasted sea bass. So what we have here is brown sugar and miso. Okay, we have a little bit of ponzu that we're going to add in here. Ponzu is actually a fortified soy sauce, so it has a little bit of citrus in it. Here we have ginger juice. Now, if you can't find ginger juice, if you don't want to make your own, another great substitute is to go and get that pickled ginger.
Pickled ginger.
And you can use that juice. Here we have marin, which is a sweet rice wine, and then we have some sake here.
Sake.
Okay.
Take a little shot, and then you put the rest in.
Exactly, right? So we put that in and we stir it around just like so. Okay, to make our marinade.
How long are you going to let the sea bass marinate?
Now, you can marinate this from anywhere from 2 hours to overnight. Okay. The longer you let it marinate, then of course, the more flavor that you're going to get in it. Okay. So now, we'll take our marinade, put it right over our sea bass, just like so.
And if you don't like sea bass, if you want to swap it out,
no, if you want to swap it out, you can do salmon with it, you can do cod with it if you want to as well.
But as Hoda pointed out, why would you?
Right, why would you do that? Now, if you don't have one of these dishes, and what I like to do as well is to put my sea bass in a bag with the marinade, and then you can kind of smush it around. There you go. Right,
All right, so we've let it marinate, now we're going to throw it on the grill. How long on each side?
Now, what you do is you take your sea bass with your tongs, right? Okay, if you can get them working. Okay, and then you take it and you go ahead and put it right on your grill, just like so. About maybe about 2 minutes on each side.
2 minutes.
Right?
Is there a way that you know it's done?
Now, the way that you know it is done is if it turns opaque, which is a nice color, or you saw it to flake. But if you don't want to ruin it, what you do is you could take a thermometer and stick it right in. Now, if it goes all the way in through, then it's done. If you feel a little resistance, then it's not done. Right?
So our sea bass is done. Let's talk about this.
Ours is almost done, speaking of done.
So you use regular broccoli, or do you use the broccolini?
So now, I use broccoli rabe in the recipe, but you can use broccolini. Now, the difference is your broccoli rabe is actually in the turnip family, whereas your broccolini and your broccoli is on the cabbage side.
30 seconds left. So.
All right. So now what you would do is you would take your broccoli, you will put it in your water here, and what you're doing is you're shocking it. You take it out of the boiling water, put it in here to stop the cooking process, to carry over cooking.
Then blanch it.
And then you're blanching it, right? So then you come here, put it right inside of your pan, you add a little bit of your garlic, you add some ginger, you add a little bit of your red pepper flake.
Guys?
What you think over there? Right?
We have happy plates.
Good.
It's Clean Plate Club.
Saute it up a little bit.
That's it.
That's
fairly easy, Chef.
It is. And then you just plate it up just like so.
Beautiful.
And then you have a little bit of your marinade left over, and there you go.
Chef Richard, thank you.
We are dishing up an easy and cheesy meal. Check it out. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Quesadilla.
Quesadillas. Do you love quesadillas? Yum, yum, yum. Tonight's quesadillas, we're gonna have some peppers, onions. I had some leftover mushrooms. We've got carrots, zucchini. I have to be making it with ground turkey tonight. It's literally just quesadillas, whatever you wanna put in it is fine. Ready to get started? Okay. Why do you like quesadillas?
Because we can have cheese in them.
Is it just a means of eating cheese?
Yeah.
You did pretty good. That's perfect. Okay, let's cut up some zucchini and we'll try it again. I'll give you some strips to cut, okay? Cal, what's your favorite food?
Fried rice.
Fried rice? Maybe we'll make fried rice one day. What do you think? While you do that, I'm going to peel the carrot, okay?
Who picks mushrooms?
Farmers.
Oh, for us?
Mm-hmm. So you like mushrooms?
Of course I do.
Ready to pull the stem out? Watch, you go like this. Just bend it over. That's a funny sound, huh? Nice. Slice them up nice and thin like this. Guess what time it is? Huh? It's onion time. So I'm gonna do this onion real quick, okay? See you later. Oh, that's a gross onion.
What's in that gross onion?
Look at that. All right, no onion.
Can I see Mama?
Want me to get you a taller ladder? Yeah.
With your ladder, okay? That's not loud.
I know, it wasn't that hot. Let's add a little salt and pepper. It's turkey.
Oh.
We're gonna use this instead of beef tonight because we had beef last night.
Did someone catch that turkey?
I think they caught the turkey, yeah. This on top. What do you think?
Yummy.
For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
There you go.
So I'm not really hiding veggies because obviously he was chopping them all for me. But you know, he normally would like a cheese quesadilla, but you throw in the veggies and he eats it. Yeah.
He's getting so big. I feel like behind the scenes, I'm telling Dylan, I'm like, oh my goodness, he's getting so big.
He's picking up skills now.
Yeah.
That's right. He's got skills.
I know.
Knife skills.
He's going to make you something now. This time we are making a dish that's been a hit in my family for years. Enchiladas with a twist. Watch this. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Enchilada food.
Enchilada food. All right, so this is your Aunt Jenny's recipe. She showed me this recipe when she first started dating Uncle Maytag. This is a really interesting recipe. I love it. We've got leftover chicken, some baked beans, green chilies, and we're gonna do some olives. Yeah, there you go.
Is this not the best kind of thing?
There we go. Slice, slice.
Help me with this slice.
So let's set these aside and add these to our assembly line.
What's an assembly line?
An assembly line is how we set up all our ingredients so that we can make our enchiladas. I'm gonna do a tortilla.
Yay.
Okay.
2 tortillas, why?
Because we're gonna fill up this baking dish.
And we have way more over there, right?
Yes, we do.
Can I sprinkle it like you sprinkle it?
Yep, I'm gonna sprinkle the chicken. So we're gonna take a cream cheese. I'm gonna take one too. I'm gonna kind of break it in half a little.
Huh.
Well, then we're just gonna layer it on top of the chicken. I'm gonna take a spoonful of yummy baked beans. That's a lot. Just spread it all out.
There's a lick. What is the taste test? Yeah.
Nice, Cal. Okay, we're gonna lift this up. Tuck it under here.
Kind of like a taco.
Like a taco.
I always do it like that.
Then but we don't have to fold the ends in, okay?
Good, that's how I always do it.
Right into here. Tuck this under here. Okay, now roll it. Nice chop. And we'll transfer into here. I think we would fit like 4 more in here, right? Now, what do we need to put on top of enchiladas?
Sauce?
Enchilada sauce. I'm gonna put a hole in here, okay? Now, we're gonna pour this over here. What? Why isn't it coming out fast? Now watch what happens. Okay. Ready? Whoa. Now everything in this is pretty cooked, so we just need it till it gets like a little crispy on the edges, nice and warm through. You ready, Cal?
Yeah. It was good.
Do you like it? It's yummy, right? It's so different. And you just watch a bit more. Head to today.com/foodie. All right, so I know people at home are watching this like, that is a weird
You can tell people what I said.
What do you think?
It makes sense. Yeah, look, the cream cheese replaces like regular cheese. You got the dairy, the creaminess. You'd put sour cream on or something like that.
The sweetness from the beans.
That's so it's all good.
So Al was pleasant. I was like, Dylan, this looks nasty.
This is so good.
Very good.
No, I love it. And I know you'd be honest.
I would be honest. This is like, I would want to make this like tonight.
Right?
Yeah.
And it was pretty easy, right?
Have you eaten these though?
I know. So good.
By the end of the evening, it's going to be interesting.
Ah, that's funny. Can you just use like a rotisserie chicken?
I actually did just use rotisserie chicken.
Oh.
And then everything else is in a can. So
Perfect.
Really good, Dylan.
Jenny, thank you for that recipe from like 25 years ago.
This is really good.
I want to hear more about Maytag.
That's my brother.
Oh.
It's time for Cooking with Cal, and this time my little chef and I whipped up chicken parm with one secret ingredient. Ooh. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Chicken parm.
Chicken parm, yummy. First we're gonna prep the chicken, okay? What I need you to do is take this and pound them nice and flat. Not too hard. Over here, over here. So let's make our breading. Here's the secret. What are these?
Crackers.
We're gonna use saltines. So before I put the crackers in the food processor, I want to use a little bit of Parmesan cheese. I'm gonna put in the breading. Pulse it. I should probably plug it in, huh? All right, put all these in there. I'm gonna sprinkle in some garlic powder. I'm gonna add a little bit of Italian seasoning. Just put a little in, okay? Yeah, use too much. This is just seasonings and just a little extra salt, but we don't need much salt because of the saltines. Yeah, what do you think? You can taste it. Taste it again and tell me all the flavors you taste.
Cheese, garlic.
What else?
Seasoning.
Okay. Okay. Wow, good job! What are you doing to it?
Scrambling it.
Some
garlic, some pepper.
And what's this for?
This helps the breading stick on. All right, last one. We're going to fry up our chicken cutlets. Come on over here. Let's put them on like medium low. Oh, I thought you were eating a chicken. How's the cheese? Good.
Sometimes I go slow look.
You're getting there, yeah.
We're working busy.
We're working really busy. Okay, so let's put this here. We're gonna add deli mozzarella cheese, not fresh mozzarella, because it ends up being too watery. So now we're gonna pop this under the broiler until it's nice and bubbly.
We're done.
Yay! Okay. Should we have one more bite? You love it? For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
So there's a restaurant in Mansfield, Massachusetts. It's called Trattoria della Nonna. It's one of my favorites, and Chef Kenny gave me the secret of the saltines, and it's a game changer.
That's right. Well, you know, it's funny because Martha Stewart, in one of her books, talked about using it for crab cakes. And so then I started using meatloaf. You and Brian liked the saltine and the chicken parm for dating, when you were dating, right? Wasn't that?
I did tell everybody that when Brian and I first started dating, that's all he would ever order at a restaurant was chicken parm. Like, we'd be at like a nice fancy Italian restaurant, and he'd be ordering chicken parm.
You're married to a 12-year-old.
I was. Well, he was young. He wasn't 12. He was...
Pull up!
It's time for Cooking with Cal. We're making a family favorite, chicken piccata. It brings back some great memories because I've been making this for Calvin for a very long time. Watch. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Chicken piccata.
Chicken piccata. Back when you were 3 years old, okay, we used to record these videos where you would tell people what you were eating. And this was one of my favorites from back then. Hey, Cal, what's for dinner?
Chicken piccata.
What is that?
Lulu, carrots, and chicken. Capers.
Is there garlic in there?
Yeah, but I take them all off.
So now we're gonna tell people how to make the recipe.
Yeah.
Okay? All right, first things first, we're gonna season up the flour that we're gonna dip our chicken in, okay?
Mommy,
What?
can I dip this in?
Now we're gonna use granulated garlic. Sprinkle a whole bunch of this. We wanna season this up nice, right? Because it's just boring flour. Put a lot of salt in here.
How much salt?
Yeah, about that much. Not too much pepper.
Oh, that's a lot.
It's okay. Okay, stir this gently.
Is that garlic powder again?
Pepper.
Again? I'll take the fork.
I'll put this in.
Yes.
And now, swoosh the flour over.
I'll bury you so you can't get out. So don't do that. Scoop!
We're gonna cook that in a second, but before we do that...
Garlic?
Yes.
Yeah!
Good job. Let's do the lemon first, okay?
Hurry up.
Okay. We just don't want the juice, we just want the capers. Wow, this is gonna take a long time. 5 capers.
Do you have to do all of them?
I want like half the jar.
Aww.
Now we're gonna cook the chicken, okay? We're gonna do a couple good glugs of olive oil here.
Wow. I like that. It's not splashing.
Oh, it's gonna like pop. All right, so our chicken's all cooked. We're gonna add a little bit more olive oil. So let's do this first. Burn.
But I can't have one. I can't have soda. Why lemon juice?
Because it adds a nice little tang. Now you can add your chicken broth. I'm not going to do it all, though. Okay. This pasta water is always good in sauces. All right, final touch. Butter.
Now can I go?
Give them a flip. No, now we're going to taste it. You ready?
This is a really tasty dinner. That's a tasty dinner.
For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
That's a tasty dinner.
Oh, so adorable.
He still has the same catchphrase.
Such a little
Tasty
character.
dinner.
That's a tasty.
So
this
I
is
realized,
yummy.
Thank you. I realized when I posted this 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, that I never gave the recipe for it. So now we finally got to make it together.
This is really good. Honestly, I really love the noodles.
Well, thank you.
Like the flavor.
It's the
of them.
sauce, it's the lemon, everything.
Way to go, Cal.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
this is a
thanks,
win.
Kat. And thanks, Katie, for recreating our meal. Go-to weeknight meals. It's so easy, it's so quick. We call it green noodles. Okay. Take a look. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal with special guest, Ollie. What are we making today?
Green noodles.
Green noodles. And the thing that's so awesome about green noodles, it literally takes 10 minutes to make. It's a perfect weeknight meal. It's a perfect meal when you guys are busy, right, with after school things. And we love to make this one at the house. So, first things first, you know what these are?
Nuts?
Yes, do you know what kind of nut? These are
butterfly nuts.
They look like butterfly nuts. We're gonna toast it, and I'm gonna show you how the taste is gonna change. Let's go toast these up.
One by one?
No, the whole thing. All right.
Mommy, are we having green noodles for dinner?
All right, well, those are toasting. Let's get our garlic ready.
Okay.
Remember how to smash garlic?
Does garlic hurt your eyes? They're gonna cut your finger off.
I'm not gonna cut my finger off. Be very careful. Okay, perfect. Now we're gonna saute that up just like that, okay? Okay, just gonna saute these up a little bit, okay? So once our garlic is sauteed, I'm gonna put that little bit of oil and these garlics right into the blender, okay? So in the time it takes the noodles to cook, we're gonna be done with our sauce, okay? So here's what we're gonna do. I want you to cut a couple nice big chunks. This is pecorino.
That was easy.
It was easy.
This is Pecorino Romano. All right, Ollie, you want to put the chunks in the blender? However you want. Not on you, in the blender, silly.
Can I throw this one in?
Yeah! Nice. Good job.
The rest.
All right, let's just add a little salt,
Oh, so now
a little pepper.
Can I do?
Yep. I think we're running low on pepper, so go for it. Okay, that's good. We're gonna use the whole thing, but let's put a whole bunch in to start.
What the? Well, this is tall.
Okay, let's leave that.
This
Ready?
is the best olive oil.
This is from Italy.
Oh.
Okay. That's how we make green noodles. So smooth and so yummy and green.
It's so green.
It's so green. Pretty, right? All right, should we get a fork and try it?
Yeah. Are we done?
That's it. How easy was that? Should we try?
Is it hot?
It's hot.
Mmm.
You love it? Mm. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/Goode. His mouth is full. This is a fun.
Terrific.
This might be one of my favorites of all time.
It makes me so happy
You
that
see all
guys
three
like
of us
it.
were like,
I know.
Oh, it's great.
This is great because it was
Really
literally
good.
something I made. My kids don't like regular pesto; it's strong.
Yeah.
But this is just stuff we had in the house, so we threw it in a blender. So
Terrific.
there you go.
I love to see Ollie involved too. Way to go, Ollie.
Ollie was a little grumpy that day,
Oh.
so
Okay.
Ollie had a little cutie. Ollie.
He's like talent. He's like real talent.
Just like me. We are whipping up a Sicilian staple that will feed the whole family twice. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Pizza.
No, it's called scacciata.
Scacciata.
It's kind of like a meat pie. Normally, it's the perfect thing to have on football Sunday, and I don't add all these vegetables, but since we're gonna eat this for dinner, we're making a little bit healthier. Just a little bit, okay?
Just like one bit.
Your favorite. No, remember we have a trick. Look, we're gonna put a wet paper towel. Done. I'm ready to peel the carrots. Good job. Okay. Zucchini time, zucchini time.
No, that was easy.
Cool. Nice. Cut as close to the edge as you can. All right, now let's do the garlic. we're gonna cook this cow on a nice low heat because we don't want it to get crispy. We want it to get nice and soft. So we're gonna use 2 types of cheeses. We've got Pecorino Romano and we've got Provolone. So instead of grating this, we're gonna cut it super small, and then it's all gonna melt nice in the oven. Right now, since the veggies are nice and soft, we're gonna add the pork. We're adding 3 pounds of pork. It sounds like a lot, but this is actually one of those recipes that if you just make all of this, you can freeze half of it. So the next time you make it, you just have to buy the pizza dough, and the filling's already made.
Are we like making real pizza?
Well, we're making scacciata.
Scacciata.
Say it like real Italian, like
Scacciata.
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 Rub all that oil in.
With what?
With your hands.
Is this how you really do it?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Can I taste it?
It's olive oil.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
I dropped the cow. No!
Okay, now I'm just gonna drain some of this liquid and add the rest of the ingredients.
I'm not doing anything else. Oh, all of it? Like all it's all to the top?
All right, can you dip that cheese in here? Perfect. Just like it. All right, so I'm gonna spread this all over. Not all the way to the edge, because we're gonna roll up the edge, okay? I'm gonna take the top dough.
That's mine.
Ooh, a thumbs up, I love it. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/Yay, remember.
Aww, that's
little
so
guest
cute.
appearance. A cameo.
He's getting ready. He's been expressing interest in cooking more. You know, I made brownies the other day. He wanted to stir it. And, you know,
co-stars.
I know.
First of all, the recipe looks yummy, and there are a lot of people like me who are like, "Cal's getting so big." Like his conversation.
You haven't seen him in a few months, and he's legit now. But this is like one of those recipes where you can hide the vegetables for the kids, and it's like pizza, but you don't feel so.
You feel good about it.
So,
There you go. I'm a morning person. I love the morning, and I love sharing that joy with our audience. You make a choice to spend time with us, and that's very special.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
So since Calvin was a baby, I've always loved the idea of making homemade baby food. So in my search for recipes online, I came across this Instagram feed, Baby Foodie, and it's run by a fellow mom, Michelle Olivier. And Michelle uses the same ingredients to make purees for your baby.